Official time is called out. Number 39. Okay, how about that? Number 39, Lloyd, it's on the line for Lindy Luck. Going to be taking on 187, Taylor Goons or San Diego. Lloyd trying to stuff the outside, but Taylor Goons coming on the inside, going into turn one. Going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. 4 points for San Diego, not to be outdone. Lloyd right there. 0-0 on that pass. Well, you're leading, yeah. Lost the ball, yeah. Very furious. How many make a one with the game negative? But the Braves are on the line. He's already lost. So it's based on the line. It's the work. It's the end. So if you're good. I'll take the whistle, get the next game underway. Lead jammer. That's going to be Funky Bruiser or Lady Luck. Lady Luck goes ahead and calls it. Lady Luck picking up two. Taylor Goon up on the line for San Diego, going to be taking on 39. That's going to be Lloyd for Lady Luck. Taylor Goon going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. Not to be outdone. Lloyd's right there on the initial. And it's through one more time. That's Taylor Goon going to be picking up four. While you're on the line for Lady Luck, it's going to be taking on Saxy Lady for San Diego. That track call, that's going to send Saxon Lady over into the Sanford Pups by Helen penalty box. 187, that's going to be Claudia, going to be your lead jammer. Now you're coming through with another 4 points. That's going to end the power down. Saxy Lady back up on that track. I noticed probably like one ball somewhere. Vicarious Fury became the new jammer right when they went ahead and called it off. 2 points for Lady Lux. Amethyst up on the line for San Diego, going to be taking on Punky Bruiser for Lady Luck. Ooh, that's going to be San Diego doing your lead jammer. That's going to be Amethyst. And he'll jam on that one. Our vendors over here, right, rank number 2 is Astral Escape. Chair massage at roller derby events. You know, come through and treat yourself to some next level relaxation with their amazing massage between jams. You won't want to miss it. Again, that's Astral Escape over here at rank 2. Boyd on the line, going to be taking on Amethyst. Amethyst running double duty on this one. Actually, no, that's going to be Lois Haney. Lois Haney jamming for San Diego. Boyd coming through, going to be your lead jammer for Lady Luck, not to be outdone. Lois Payne right there. No backs called. Lois Payne getting knocked on the inside, having to recycle on the outside. Lily coming through on that inside lane going into turn number 4, picks up 4 points for Lady Luck. 4 points brought by San Diego. That's going to be Lois Payne. Boyd goes ahead and calls it, picking up 4 of their own. Another one of our vendors, one of my favorite, that's Fruit Chick. Skate apparel, all hate, no hate, all skate, no hate, and since 2008. Let's try that again. All skate, no hate since 2008. That is Root Chicks. Right there in the corner. Punky Bruiser on the line, going to be taking on Vicarious Fury. And the jam 0-0 on that pass. Taylor Goon on the line for San Diego. Nightmare Sparkles up on that line for Lady Luck. The Furious Fury. Taylor Goon getting knocked on the outside, having to recycle. The Furious Fury coming around and be your lead jammer for San Diego. Taylor Goon coming through, picking up 4. New jammer for Lady Luck. That's going to be Star. Taylor Goon picking up another 4 points. Taylor Goon coming through one more time with another additional 4 points. Contract called for Lady Luck. And extends Star to the penalty box. That's going to be the pampered touch by Helen penalty box. Taylor Goon coming through with another 4. Lois Payne going to get that power start. Jam on that one. Another one of our vendors is going to be Amerias Aqua Fresca. They're bringing up a refreshing twist on their all natural handcrafted Aqua Fresca. The perfect way to cool down while the competition heats up. Don't miss the chance for Sip something fresh at Battle 2025. Amethyst on the line going to be taking on Lloyd. They are sitting at the Recreate Station Jammer line. Lloyd coming on the inside just as they pass the actual escape pivot line. Lloyd's going to be your lead jammer for Lady Luck. Lloyd getting called on a cut track. Star pass for. Actually, no, it's supposed to be a star pass, but I guess there was a penalty. That's going to be 613 is going to serve that penalty. That's going to be Amethyst. So it looks like we're going to have one jammer in, one jammer out. Out goes Lloyd. Looks like this might be a quick exchange here. So Lloyd getting back to that penalty box. That's going to shoot Amethyst back on that track, trying to find a way through. Whistle's going left and right, trying to figure out what's going on. Amethyst coming through. Initial pass for Amethyst. Lloyd coming back through. And it's a power jam. Lloyd's back on track, trying to work away through traffic. There's two. Lloyd manages to come off the bench, picks up four. Amethyst says, okay, fine, I'll match you for four. Funky Bruiser on the line for Lady Luck. Winnie up on the line for San Diego. There's the whistle. The jammer. That's going to be Winnie for San Diego. Picking up 4 points for San Diego. That's going to be Winnie. Star pass. New jammer. That's going to be 420. Pineapple Express. San Diego goes ahead, picks up the 4 points, calls it before Pineapple Express can come back to the line. Crybaby on the line for Lady Luck. Going to be taking on Dracarious Fury for San Diego. Lead jammer is going to be San Diego. That's going to be Dracarious Fury, your lead jammer. Dracarious Fury coming through with another 4 for San Diego. San Diego getting called for a forearm. That's going to send Pinky over to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. You have an official timeout. Official review. That's going to be official review by Lady Luck. Again, getting ready for the first game over on track 1. That's going to be game number 2. That's going to be Badfish taking on Fuego Latino. Again, that's going to be at 10:30. Yeah, it's about 10 minutes. And that 56-36 in favor of San Diego. Just about 8 minutes left. Lloyd on the line going to be taking on Lois Payne. No pass fault. They have a regroup. Lois Payne coming through, going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. Lois Payne finds a way on the inside, picking up another 4 points for San Diego. Lois Payne coming around, bringing the 4, picks up another 4 points, hauls it on for San Diego. Monkey Bruiser on the line for Lady Luck. Going to be taking on Sailor Drew Goon for San Diego. Monkey Bruiser going to be your lead hammer. Monkey Bruiser picking up another 4 for Lady Luck. Taylor June coming on the inside on the initial pass for San Diego. Monkey Bruiser trying to get through the pack one more time. She goes ahead and calls it. Monkey picking up 4 for Lady Luck. There's the whistle. Gets us standing the race. 64-44. It's going to be your lead jammer for Lady Luck. It's about 4.5 minutes left. Boyd goes ahead and calls it. Boyd picking up 1. Boyd Payne taking on Friday. Boyd Payne getting knocked on the outside. Friday is still on the back. Boyd Payne's going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. Friday is still working on that tripod and get some help from her teammates trying to break that up. Okay, coming through with another 4 points for San Diego. A jammer for Lady Luck. That's going to be 7-6 0 Star. Big Train comes down the outside, going into turn 3, except 4. Goes ahead and calls it. Well, Train picking up 8 on that one, 72-45. About 2.5 minutes left. Solid hit there going down on that one. 3 points for San Diego. That's 75-45. 128. So we get that 2 minute block. So if there is team timeouts or anything called out, we will stop the clock at this point. Precarious Fury up on the line, going to be taking on Lloyd. That track call. That's going to go ahead and send Lloyd over into the penalty box for mid left. Precarious Fury going to get that power again. No patch called. Gotta let Precarious Fury through. Precarious Fury going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. Precarious Fury trying to work their way through. Star sitting like they're running interfering. That's going to end the power jam on that one. Lloyd's back on the track. We're lucky luck. Precarious Fury having to cycle back to the back of the track. Precarious Fury goes ahead and calls it. Gotta check this. This may be game. Let's double check what Rolo says. All right, sitting there right now, 78-45. Gonna double check, make sure that that's the score we're going to go with. All right, that's the first game in the book. San Diego 78, Lady Luck 45.
So if there's a no pack,
On rank 2, and it's going to be game number 3 at 10:50. It's going to be IERD taking on Infinity. We got a little less than about 15 minutes left. Let's give you a rundown of some of our vendors. You have Handmade Treasure. Come browse their beautiful selection of handmade wind chimes, candles, jewelry, coasters, and keepsakes. Perfect for gifting or treating yourself. The unique creations add a special touch to any home or heart. 92 West. They are your unapologetically witchy and alternative, built on self-love, powered by magic, and not afraid to get a little spooky. Made for anyone who embraces the strange and unusual in their style and spirit. We do have our Jammer line sponsor, which is Recreate Station, a fun following activity. Take a seat at their pumpkin table and build your own styrofoam pumpkin. No carving required. What's up, my friend? They've got the fuel to keep you going: iced lattes, matchas, Red Bull refreshers, and fresh lemonade. Whether you need a boost or just something to chill, Snob's got you covered. Again, one of our vendors over at rink number one is Roller Shirts. You can roll on by the Roller Shirts booth for apparel and handcrafted inspired by roller derby, skating, and more. Twisted Sewing Love with Love, bringing the handmade items crafted only to the highest quality fabrics, perfect for treating yourself or to find one-of-a-kind gifts. Come support local and shop unique. Twisted Sewing. Simply More, one of Big Papa's favorites. Their delicious treats are a perfect way to fuel up between jams. Come for the derby, stay for the cookies. You can never go wrong with cookies. Then you got Greenwood Goodies, handcrafted products made with exceptional detail for kitchen and home decor that's fun, cute, and functional. Again, that is Greenwood Goodies. Then our event sponsors, Penalty Box is Pampered Pups by Helen. The Jammer line is Recreate Station. And then the Pivot line is Astral Escapes. We'll give you a couple more minutes, grab your stuff, come back, and then we'll have the game three underway. That's going to be IERD taking on Infinity. All right, got any trash or anything? Up against SoCal at the 11:35 game here at Track 2. That's going to be game number 5. And then Lady Luck's going to go to the B bracket, and they're going to be playing again game number 6 on Track 1, and that's going to be at 12:05. Infinity Roller Derby. IRD is going to be home. Infinity is going to be your guests. Few shout outs. Shout out to Inclement Heather, IERD. You got this. One at a time from Jetta James. Shout out to Reina Slaya from Inland Empire Roller Derby. Congratulations on your first tournament. Excited to share the track with your sister from Griggy Smalls. A shout out to go number 13, Chile con Carnage from Fuego Latino. We've loved you since 1999. All right, just getting ready to get this bout underway. Remember, it is 30 minutes nonstop until the last 2 minutes of the bout. Right. That's the whistle. Get action going on. Lead jammer, that's going to be IRD. It's going to be number 8. It's going to be Ragnarok. Not to be outdone. 5192 is going to be Reggie Butch. Jamming over here for IRD. Scary on the Grande up on that line for Infinity. Going to be taking on Demolition Deb from IARD. There's the whistle. Get that pat going. Demolition Deb going to be your lead jammer for Inland Empire. Demolition Deb goes ahead and calls it. Picking up 1 on that one. Holding Infinity to 0. Mocha Muscles up on the line for Infinity. Going to be taking on Inclement Heather for IERD. Inclement Heather going to be your lead jammer for IERD. Inclement Heather's got to get through Oscar. Inclement Heather coming through, picking up 4 for Inland Empire. Ends the jam on that one. Booty Vicious up on the line for IRD. Booty Vicious is going to get that power start. Booty Vicious coming on the outside. Ends the power jam. Mocha Muscles back on the track for Infinity. Booty Vicious coming on the inside lane. Going to be picking up 4. Mocha Muscles completes the initial pass. Booty Vicious goes ahead and calls it. Reggie Butch up on the line. Going to be taking on Scary on the Grande. Both of them there at the Recreate Station jammer line. Scary on to having to recycle to the back of the pack. Pack is getting close to that pivot line, the Astro Escape pivot line. Ariana Grande coming on the inside, going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Reggie Butch getting knocked on the outside, having to recycle to the back of the pack. Stereonda coming through. Directional called for Infinity. Reggie Butch coming through. That's going to be the initial pass. Ends the jam. Stereonda Grande goes ahead and calls it. Mocha Muscles up on that line for Infinity, going to be taking on Demolition Deb. Both jammers sitting there on the Recreate Station jammer line. Looks like we got some people in that penalty box. That's the Pampered Pup by Helen penalty box. Demolition Deb having to recycle, having to go back behind Oscar. Demolition Deb comes through. Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Mocha Muscles for Infinity is going to be your initial. Demolition Deb coming through for Inland. Inclement Heather up on the line for IERD. We are on that Recreate Station jammer line. Vicious Tip on the line for Infinity Roller Derby. Vicious Tip comes through, going to be your lead jammer. For Infinity, not to be outdone. Inclement Heather right there on the initial pass for IERD. Vicious Tip coming through, picking up 4. Inclement Heather picking up 4. Vicious Tip picking up 4. Vicious Tip goes ahead and calls it. Vicious Tip picking up 4 on that pass. Sorry, on the Grande, up on that line. Going to be taking on number 26. That's Hootie Vicious. Both jammers sitting there at the Recreate Station jammer line. Hootie Vicious coming on the outside, going into turn number 1 for Inland Empire, going to be your lead jammer. Still got a couple of skaters sitting in that Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Hootie Vicious goes ahead and calls it. So we're going to start with some skaters in that penalty box, that Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Mocha Muscles and Reggie Butch up on that jammer line, the Recreate Station jammer line. Pat getting up to that pivot line, the Astro Escape pivot line. Reggie Butch coming through, going to be your lead jammer for Inland Empire. Reggie Butch going down hard, going into turn number 2, having to recycle to the back of the pack. Initial pass completed by Mocha Muscles. Jam in. Demolition Deb back on the line. Big Tip on the line for Infinity. No packs called. Demolition Deb coming through, going to be your lead jammer for Inland Empire. Vicious Tip getting caught on that penalty. That's going to send him to the Pampered Pups by Ellen penalty box. Giving a power jam over to Inland Empire. Got an official timeout. It sounds like the game over there at the rink one is done. That's Badfish and Fuego Latino. They're trying to wait for an update on that one to see who took that one. Again, we are in an official timeout here. Okay, that's the whistle to end this official timeout. We're going to go back to action here at rink 2. Inclement Heather up on that line, going to be going in a power start. Going to be Inclement Heather, going to be your lead jammer. For Inland Empire, no procs called. Inclement Heather coming through, picking up another 4 point. Ragnarok coming through, trying to get some points on the board for Infinity. 0-0 on that pass. Ariana Grande up on the line, picking up Booty Bishop. That's the whistle, get your FM underway. Booty Bishop coming over. Booty Bishop picking up 4. Where they got 13. How far through this out? Uncle Muscle's on the line, going to be taking on Reggie Butch. All right, coming through. Uncle Muscle's going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Not to be outdone, Reggie Butch coming through on the initial. Ends the jam on that one. Mocha Muscle calls it off. Mocha picking up 3. do we know what the score was over at the last game between Fuego and Badfish?
Was
Okay.
What's here?
Ragnarok coming through. Ends the power jam for Ragnarok. Ragnarok's going to be your lead jammer. For Infinity, Reggie Butch coming through. Initial pass, jamming for Inland Empire. Ragnarok goes ahead and calls it. Picking up 3 on that one, holding Reggie to 0. Scary on the Grande coming up on that line for Infinity. Demolition Deb coming through with her power ponytails. Actually increases her speed by 20%. Demolition Deb getting knocked on the outside, having to recycle to the back of the pack. Scary on the Grande working on that front wall. Scary on the Grande coming through, going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Scary on the Grande trying to come on that inside. Get knocked down, having to recycle. Ends the jam on this one. Scary on the Grande picking up 3. And the Empire actually picking up 1 on that one. Actually 2. 2 point. Local Muscles up on the line, going to be taking on Inclement Heather. Local Muscles coming through, going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Penalty called on Inland Empire. That's going to go ahead and send Inland Empire to the Pampered by Pups Helen penalty box. Hot track. That's going to be Inclement Heather going into that Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Both the Muscles getting that power jam. Both the Muscles picking up 4. Ends the jam on that one. Ragnarok coming on that Recreate Station panel, that Recreate Station jammer line. Going to get a power start here. Inclement Heather coming out of that Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Lead jammer. Going to be Ragnarok. Inclement Heather working on that front wall. Gets knocked on the inside, having to go all the way back to the back of the pack. Ragnarok coming through, picking up 4. Ragnarok coming on the inside lane, picking up 4 more for Infinity. Ragnarok picking up some more points, putting them on the board for Infinity. Coming through this one backwards. Ragnarok with 4 more points for Infinity. Four more additional points for Infinity. Infinity has that front wall pretty locked up right now. Holding the jammer for Inland Empire pretty much at bay. Ragnarok coming through, picking up 4. Ends the jam on that one. Not giving Cobra Kai any room to get through on that one. Sumadre up on the line for Infinity. Going to be taking on Booty Vicious. Shout out to one of our vendors here, Astral Escape Chair Massage at a roller derby event. Come through, treat yourself to some next level relaxation with your amazing massage between jams. You won't want to miss it. Again, Astral Escape. Coming on the inside, Booty Vicious for Inland Empire, going to be your lead jammer. Madre coming through on the initial pass for Infinity. Booty Vicious goes ahead and calls it. Sumadre picking up 4. Booty picking up an additional 3. Scariana Grande coming back on the line, going to be taking on Reggie Butch. In between the bouts, Amarius Agua Frescas would be a great place to go check out. They are bringing some refreshing twists to their all-natural handcrafted aqua fresca. The perfect way to cool down while the competition heats up. Don't miss your chance to sip something fresh at Battle 2025. Coming through, Scariana Grande going to be your lead jammer, not to be outdone. Reggie Butch coming through on the initial pass. Scariana Grande coming through, picking up 3, goes ahead and calls it. Picking up, actually 4, picking up 4. We had 3 and 1 in the box. Demolition Deb up on the line, going to be taking on Mocha Muscles. Looks like you still have 1 in that box, that penalty box. Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. There's the whistle, get the next jam underway. Jammers coming off the Recreate Station jammer line. Demolition Deb just passing that pivot line, the Astral Escape pivot line. Demolition Deb coming through, going to be your lead jammer for Inland Empire. Demolition Deb trying to go on the inside, gets knocked on the inside by Oscar, goes ahead and calls it. Picking up 3 on that one, holding Mocha Muscles to 0. Scariana Grande coming back up on the line for Infinity. Another one of our vendors over here at Track 2 is Handmade Treasures. Come browse their beautiful selections of handmade wind chimes, candle, jewelry, coasters, and keepsakes. Perfect for gifting or treating yourself. The unique creations add a special touch to any home or heart. And again, that is Handmade Treasure. Booty Vicious coming through all over Oscar. Whistles going left and right. Scariana Grande coming on the inside, going into turn number 1 and 2. She's going to be your lead jammer. for Infinity. Ariana Grande coming through, picking up another 4 points for Infinity. Ariana Grande goes ahead and calls it, picks up the 4. Golden Empire 0. This one. No patch called. Bodies flying everywhere. Lead Jammer. Going to be Ragnarok for Infinity. All right, that's going to go ahead and send the Jammer for Inland Empire over to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. That's going to give a power jam over to Ragnarok for Infinity. Ragnarok goes ahead and calls it. I'll give you kind of like a wrap up from game 2 over there. It was Badfish 54, Fuego at 32. So Badfish is going to go over to play again at 135. And then Fuego is going to be taking on Lady Luck at the Rink 1 12:05 game. Sumadre up on the line, going to get a power start. You have your Jammers sitting in the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Lead Jammer. That's going to be Sumadre for Infinity. No pets called. Ends the power jam. Booty Vicious back up on the line. Picking up another 4 points. Going to be Sumadre for Infinity. Booty Vicious making short work of that, trying to get caught up. Sumadre goes down, goes ahead and calls it. Sumadre picking up 2, holding Booty to 0. Mocha Muscles up on that line, going to be taking on Reggie Butch. Next up, game 4 over on Rink 1. It's Prison City taking on Winetown. That's at 11:20. Mocha Muscles coming through, going to be your lead Jammer for Infinity. Reggie Bush got one to get through. That's going to be Brick House. Brick House. Here's the last line of defense. Smoke of Muscles comes through, goes ahead and calls it. All right, that's game. Gonna double check our numbers, make sure we have everything. Final score over here for game 3. Inland Empire 39, Infinity 100. Rink 1 at 12:50. vendors on Rink 2, 92 West. They are the unapologetically witchy and alternative, built on self-love, powered by magic, and not afraid to get a little spooky. Made for anyone who embraces the strange and unusual in their style and spirit. And then Recreate Station, they are the Jammerline sponsor, a fun Halloween activity station. Take a seat at their pumpkin table and build your own styrofoam pumpkin, no carving required. Then you do have the merchant table for Fuego Latino. We are excited to have Fuego Latino to Battle 2025. They're bringing the heat up with their team merch. Don't miss your chance to shop while you cheer them on. And a shout out to Wicked Bags for bringing their amazing handmade bags and purses to Battle 2025. And don't forget Empire Skate, the go-to spot for your roller derby, skateboard, inline, and accessories, and even custom gear. Don't miss your chance to check them out and stock up on your skate essentials today. Give you a rundown on upcoming events. On October 22nd, Prison City is hosting their Monster Mash scrimmage at Grand Avenue Park. We do have on October 29th, the Big Queen Bingo. It's a night of fabulous fun and fundraising at Hamburger Mary. The game starts at 6 p.m. Come for the bingo, stay for the dazzling queens, prizes, laughter, and community spirit. Bring your friends and your lucky charm. $25 cash donation at the door and prizes for each game. All right, getting ready to start game. SoCal taking on San Diego. The jammer is going to be San Diego. San Diego will be in white. SoCal's going to be in purple. Sailor Goon for San Diego trying to get through that front wall. Going to have a reverse power jam. Sailor Goon going into that Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Gunner coming out for the Tentacles for SoCal. Coming through, picking up 4. Sailor Goon coming through, picking up another 4 for San Diego. And the jam on that one. Coming through, going to be the lead jammer. That's going to be SoCal. Timeout called. We have a scoreboard malfunction. Farrah Fawcett up on that line for the Tentacles. Right, going to restart that jam. Game 4 started over at rink number 1. That's going to be PCRD taking on Winetown. Game 4 goes at 11:20. Lead jammer going to be Farrah Fawcett. Farrah Fawcett coming through, picking up 4. Goes ahead and calls it. Lois Payne up on the line for San Diego. Will be taking on Allison Thunderland for the Tentacles. Allison Thunderland going to be your lead jammer for the Tentacles. Let's go ahead and calls it. Coming up on that recreate station penalty is going to be Mal Rojo for the Tentacles. Going to be taking on Saxy Lady for San Diego. Looks like we got a couple people in Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Saxy Lady coming through, going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. And the jam on that one, Saxy Lady goes ahead and calls it. And that's going to end the official timeout. Going to come back to the action. Coming up on that Recreate Station jammer line, that's going to be Winnie for San Diego. Going to be taking on number 39. That's going to be Gunner for the Tentacle. Cut track called. It's going to go ahead and send the jammer for the Tentacles over to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box, giving a power jam over to San Diego. Winnie, going to be your lead jammer, picking up 4 for San Diego. Gunner coming through for the Tentacles. By San Diego jammer, Winnie. When he comes through, picks up 4, calls it off, shutting that back door on Gunner. Coming up on that Recreate Station jammer line, that's going to be 187. Sailor Goon going to be taking on Farrell Fawcett. Farrell Fawcett coming through, skating through that track, picking it up 4, calling it off. Up on the Recreate Station jammer line, going to be Saxy Lady. Going to be taking on Allison Thunderland. Alice finds a way on the outside. Going to be your lead jammer for the Tentacles. What do you need? What you need? Oh, the chopstick. Chris, can you get the chopstick for Liz? I don't know. I just called it. Come on. All right, that ends the jam on that one. Going right back up on that Recreate Station jammer line. Robo going to be taking on Dracarius Fury. Pepper Pups by Helen penalty box was clear. Back in that full strength. Back just going through that pivot line, the Astral Escape pivot line. San Diego's going to be your lead jammer. That's going to be Dracarius Fury. Contract called for Rojo. That's going to send Rojo over to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Power jam over to San Diego. Botox called. Imperious Fury coming through, picking up four for San Diego. Imperious Fury goes ahead and calls it. Lois Payne up on that Recreate Station jammer line. Gunner coming back up on that line as well. Gunner finds a way on the outside, slips through, going to be your lead jammer for the Tentacles. Lois Payne coming through for the initial pass to San Diego. Gunner goes ahead and calls it. Gunner picking up four on that one. San Diego 0. Amethyst up on the line, going to be taking on Farrell Fawcett. Farrell Fawcett getting called on that penalty. That's going to send her to the Pampered Pups by Hailing penalty box. Giving a power jam over to San Diego. San Diego coming through, going to be your lead jammer. That's going to be Amethyst, going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. Mermaid coming up on that penalty box as well. Ends the power jam for San Diego as Farrell Fawcett comes out of that Pampered Pups penalty box. Amethyst goes ahead and calls it. All right, looks like we got the final over there with Winetown and Prison City, so we'll wait for the score on that. All right, it was a close one over there on track number 1. Initial pass by Allison Thunderland. Alice Thunderland coming through. Gets caught on a cut track. That's going to send her to the Pampered Pups penalty box. Lois Payne going to be your jammer. Initial pass for San Diego. Cut track. That's going to go ahead and send Lois Payne to the Pampered Pups penalty box. One jammer in, one jammer out. Alice and Thunderland back up on the track. Alice and Thunderland trying to go on the inside lane. Doesn't quite make it. Having to recycle to the back. And the power jam on that one. Lois Payne back on the track. Lois Payne working that front wall. Allison Sunderland working on that back wall. Ends the jam. 3 points for San Diego. 4 for the Tentacles. And again, that close bout over there on track 1. Winetown was victorious, 36-34. Moxie up on the line for the Tentacles. Going to be taking on Sailor Goon. Sailor Goon coming through. Going to be your lead jammer. Not to be outdone. Moxie right there on the initial pass. No tax called. Ends the jam on this one. It'll be 6:34. 150. Gunner coming through. Gunner picking up 4 on that one. Gunner working on that power jam. You do got San Diego Jammer in that Pampered Pups penalty box. Coming through, picking up 4. Actually, initial pass on that one for Amethyst. That's going to go ahead and Gunner goes ahead and calls it. Lois Payne up on that line. That's going to be the Recreate Station Jammer line. Going to be taking on Farrell Fawcett. Line to the 644. 36. No, it's everything. 38. Farrell Fawcett coming through, picking up, going to be the lead jammer on this one. Whistle going. Lois Payne picking up that penalty. That's going to send her to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Power jam over to Farrell Fawcett. Farrell picking up 4. Farrell coming through, picking up another 4 points. Ends the power jam for the Tentacles. Lois Payne back on the track. Farrell Fawcett goes ahead and calls it. Farrell picking up 3. You should play the one, you know. Being in the line to the lady luck. You should be similar. That track call, that's going to go ahead and send Allison Thunderland to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Giving a power jam. Actually, no. How both jammers are gone. All right. Penalty box for Pampered Pups is cleared. Allison Thunderland on the initial. Sailor Goon working their way through that traffic. Sailor Goon having to recycle Allison Thunderland. Actually, Sailor Goon getting caught on the cut track. That's going to send them to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Allison Thunderland getting that power jam. Alice coming through on the outside, trying to work through the inside. Got that 3 wall for San Diego to get through. Getting knocked on the inside, having to recycle. Finds that hole. Alice in Wonderland coming through, picking up 4 for the Tentacles. Solid hit by Winnie. Knocking Alice in Thunderland on the inside. Ends the power jam. Pampered Pups penalty box is clear. Sailor Goon coming through with the initial. Sailor Goon coming through with another 4. That ends the jam on that one. When's your game through? We have been doing leadership by year. We've got both jammers going to that penalty box. Cut track. Getting called on a cut track for a sexy lady. So it looks like we're going to have a quick exchange over there at the Pampered Pups penalty box. Moxie going on the initial pass for the Tentacles. Star Pass, new Star Pass for San Diego. New jammer is going to be Amethyst, but it looks like there was a penalty before, so that Pat Star comes back. Moxie coming through, picking up 4 for the Tentacles. Moxie coming through, picking up 4 for the Tentacles. Moxie trying to find a hole through, stays upright. Picks up 3 points on that pack. That's Witz will get the next one on. We've got Gunner up on that line, going to be taking on Lois Payne. Both of them coming off that Recreate Station jammer line really quick on. Gunner coming through, calls it off, picks up 1 on that one. Jam's called off. Got a malfunction on the scoreboard, so we'll be checking that out again. Farrell Fawcett up on the line for the Tentacles, going to be taking on number 5-5, Precarious Fury for San Diego. All right, there's the jam. Precarious Fury going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. Looks like Gunner's going to be up. Actually, that's going to be Mermaid, going to be your new jammer for the Tentacles. When are you getting called on the cut track on that one? San Diego goes ahead and calls it, picks up 3. Shredder up on the line for the Tentacles, going to be taking on Lois Payne. Lead jammer. That's going to be the tentacles, not to be outdone. Lotus Payne coming through on the initial. Tentacles coming through, picking up 4. Lotus Payne coming through, picking up 4 of their own. Shredder working their way through the pack. Lotus Payne coming through, picking up 4 for San Diego. Alice and Thunderland getting on that penalty. Lotus Payne coming through. Alice and Thunderland going to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Ends the jam on that one. Shredder picking up 3 on that last pass. That's the game on this one. Gonna put this on the books, make sure we got our numbers added up. coasters and keepsakes. Perfect for getting or treating yourself. Unique patient got a left touch, any help or hurt. '92 West, unapologetically witchy and alternative, built on self-love, powered by magic, not afraid to get a little spooky, made for anyone who embraces the strange and unusual in their style or spirit. Recreate Station, they are our Jammin' Line sponsor. They are a fun following activity. Take a seat at their pumpkin table and build your own styrofoam pumpkin. No carving required. You have the merchant table for Fuego Latino. We're excited to have Fuego Latino at Battle 2025. They're bringing their heat with team merch. Don't miss your chance to shop while you cheer them on. Wicked Bags, a shout out to Wicked Bags for bringing their amazing handmade bags and purses to Battle 2025. And Empire Skate, the go-to spot for your roller derby, skateboard, inline accessories, and even custom gear. Don't miss your chance to check them out and stock up on skate essentials today. Few upcoming events for Prison City. November 29th is Thanksgiving. Theme submissions can still be turned in until October 1st. Bout registration begins October 15th. Check out Thanksgiving Facebook page for more details. And we do have the Ontario Holiday Light Parade. That's going to be December 6th. Join Prison City as we help welcome the holiday season in style. Don't miss the festive night full of lights, music, and community spirit. Let's roll into the holiday spirit together. You know, San Diego is going to be home. Prison City is going to be your guest. Just to let you know, your forecast today is sunny with a high of 92, feeling like 95, wind gusts at 14, but inside this wonderful place, it's 420, smoky. Going to be taking on Saxy Lady. Smokey's going to be your lead jammer. Smokey coming through, picking up 4. Lois Payne, your jammer for San Diego. Smokey picking up 3. The Jersey Shove is going to be your lead jammer for Prison City. All right, Lois Payne coming through on the initial. Looks like we've got skating out of bounds called by on the Jersey shove. That's going to be sending them to the Pampered Pup penalty box, giving a power jam over to Lois Payne. I'm going to say that 3 times fast. Powered Pups penalty box, Lois Payne in a power jam. Lois Payne picking up 4. The Jersey shove coming out of the Pampered Pups penalty box. I'm going to go ahead and end the power jam for Lois Payne. Taylor Viv forgetting where the penalty box is. Typically, in the past home games, it's sitting at turn 3. Precarious Fury up on that line. That's going to be the Recreate Station jammer line. Going to be taking on Pound Shake. Precarious Fury coming through for San Diego. Going to be your lead jammer. Pound Cake coming through on the initial. And the jam on that one. 4 points for San Diego. On the Prison City 0. Smokey up on the line for Prison City. Going to be taking on Winnie for San Diego. Winnie coming on the inside, going into turn 1, going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. Smokey not being outdone on the initial pass as well. Ends the jam on this one. Let's see who picks up anything. No one picks up any points on that one. Heavy Metal Battle Cat up on the line for Prison City. Going to be taking on Lois Payne. Both jammers on the Recreate Station jammer line. Lois Payne working on the inside. Just through Appalachia. Going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. Heavy Metal Battle Cat working their way through the back of the pack. Lois Payne coming through, picking up 4 for San Diego. Star Pass, that's going to be Appalachia. Going to be your new jammer. Lois Payne getting called on a penalty. It's 2 penalties. That's going to be a full minute for Lois Payne. Appalachia's coming through, picking up 4. No patch false. Appalachia's trying to get through. Appalachia comes through. Picking up 4 for Prison City. Ultraviolet going into that Pampered Pup penalty box. Here, I'll hold your beer while you walk through. I'll hold your beer while you walk through. I try. Pound Cake up on the line for Prison City. Going to be taking on Dracarious Fury for San Diego. That's a whistle. Get this underway. Multiplayer called. That's going to send somebody over to the Pampered Putt penalty box. Tel Aviv getting called for that penalty. That's a forearm. Pound Cake, fill your lead jammer. Pound Cake trying to go on the outside, getting knocked down. Various Fury come through for San Diego, picking up 4. That Pampered penalty box is packed full of Prison City. Okie up on the line. That's going to be the Recreate Station Jammer line for Prison City, taking on Saxy Lady for San Diego. San Diego blocker sitting over there at the Astral Escape pivot line. Multi playing defense, then goes switch over to offense. Going to be your lead jammer as they come on the outside. Multi coming through one more time, picking up 4 for Prison City. Multi staying on the upright, picking up 4 for Prison City. Nice move on that one. Prison City goes ahead and calls it. Smokey picking up an additional 3. Sailor Goon on the line, going to be taking on Pound Cake. Hands a jam on that one. Pound Cake, other way. For Prison City getting confused because typically their penalty box is in turn 3, and it's like they keep on going there. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. It's not there. All right. Precarious Fury up on that line. for San Diego. Going to give a power jam. You have the jammer for Prison City in the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Pound Cake's going to be your lead jammer for Prison City. Pound Cake coming down, getting some help from her teammates, trying to get that up. Going to end the power jam. Precarious Fury coming out of that Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Pound Cake coming through, picking up another 4 for Prison City. Precarious Fury picking up that initial pass. Ends the jam on that one. Pound Cake picking up 1. Team timeout called by San Diego. Looks like Fuego Latino picked up the win over on the other side against Lady Luck, I believe. The Jersey Shove up on that Recreate Station jammer line for Prison City. Right, that's going to go ahead and end the timeout. Sailor Goon up on that line. That's going to be the Recreate Station jammer line. Again, taking on the Jersey Shove. Sailor Goon going to be your lead jammer for San Diego. Not to be outdone, the Jersey Shove on the initial. Sailor Goon goes ahead and calls it. Prison City picking up 4 on that last one. So coming up on that Recreate Station jammer line, Heavy Metal Battle Cat going to be taking on Lois Payne. Heavy Metal Battle Cat gracing our presence from the wonderful state of Washington. We appreciate her coming down, spending some time with us. Forearm called. And that was Orange getting called on that forearm. Lois Payne coming through. Lead jammer, San Diego. Lois Payne coming through with another 4 point. Cut track. That's going to be a cut track over for San Diego, sending San Diego's Jammer to the Pamper Cup penalty box. Prison City Jammer going to be Smokey coming through with 4. No packs called. Prison City's Jammer, Smokey coming through with 4. Prison City picking up not quite on that last one. Pound Cake up on that Recreate Station Jammer line for Prison City. Looks like Pound Cake's going to get the Power Jam. We can still have the San Diego Jammer in the Pamper Cup penalty box. Pound Cake coming through. Going to be your lead Jammer. Various Fury. Going to be on the initial. Pound Cake goes ahead and calls it. Pound Cake picking up 4 on that one. The Jersey Shell right back up on that Recreate Station Jammer line. Going to be taking on Saxy Lady. The Jersey Shell going to be your lead jammer for Prison City just as the pack clears the Astro Estate pivot line. Jersey Shell coming through, picking up 4. Goes ahead and calls it. Jersey Shove working hard coming through that pack and then finally calls it off. Body's trying to go one way, hands trying to go the other. Up on that jammer line, the Recreate Station jammer line, that's going to be Lois Payne for San Diego taking on Random Steph for Prison City. Lois Payne coming through, going to be your lead jammer. It's going to be just right after this.
It'll be for the massage.
For the what?
For the after massage.
Oh, God.
You,
All right, Random Steph going into that Pampered Pups penalty box. Giving a power jam over to Lois Payne. Lois Payne trying to shoot on that outside. Got a couple. Got Orange running interference. C'est La Viv joining up. C'est La Viv along with Smokey. Knocking Lois Payne on the inside. Orange sitting there starting that initial delay of the jammer. Orange trying to wake up. Make sure that traffic picks up before she gets up. It's going to send Orange over to the Pampered Pup penalty box. New jammer's got a star pass. New jammer for San Diego. It's going to be Amethyst. Ends the jam on that one. All right, we've got our first raffle. This is going to be for the massage. That's going to be for the Astral Escape massage. It's a yellow ticket. Again, yellow ticket for the massage. 750-546. Once again, yellow ticket 750-546 for your Astral massage. Astral Escape massage. Can't miss that. 750-546. Sailor Goon up on that line. That's going to be the Recreate Station jammer line. Going to be taking on Pound Cake. Pound Cake's going to be your lead jammer for Prison City. Pound Cake coming through, picking up 4. Goes ahead and calls it. $521. Fuego. Fuego. 90. So loser of game 6. Do you have a loser of game 6? Let's see a loser of game 6. Leave game 6. Do I have a loser of game 6? We don't have a loser of game 6. And Lodi lost it. Loki coming through, picking up 4 points for Prison City. Pound Cake going over to the Pampered Pups penalty box. Smokey picking up 3 more points on that one. Stepping up to the Recreate Station Jammer line. That's going to be Sexy Lady for San Diego and the Jersey Shove for Prison City. Sexy Lady coming through, going to be your lead jammer, but not to be outdone. Initial pass there by the Jersey Shove. Sexy Lady coming through, goes ahead and calls it. Shutting that back door on the Jersey Shove. 0-0 on that pass. Smokey up on that Recreate Station Jammer line, going to be taken on. Going to be Sailor Goon for San Diego. Sailor Goon coming through, picking up lead jammer, not to be outdone. Smokey sitting there on the initial. Sailor Goon goes ahead and calls it. Both jammers picking up 4. Lloyd, good job out there today. Good job. All right, Pound Cake up on the line. Looks like going to be taking on Lois Payne. That's up on that Recreate Station Jammer line. There's the whistle. Get this jam underway. Lead jammer, that's going to be San Diego, Lois Payne. Not to be outdone, Pound Cake right there on the initial. Ends the jam, 0-0 for each jammer on that pass. Looks like that's the game. We're going to double check our numbers, make sure we got it correct, and let you know who the winner is. And again, we do have a yellow ticket. That's going to be for the Astral Escape Massage. Yellow ticket, 750546. Again, that's for the Astral Escape Massage. Go ahead and go over to the merchant booth, Prison City merchant booth, and check that out. Come back for game number 10. That's going to be Winetown taking on SoCal. Sorry, I must have pushed it. All right, getting ready to come back to action here on track 2. Pretty KO up on that line for Infinity. We take on number 8. That's going to be Ragnarok. So Baptist. Taking on Infinity. Ragnarok going to be your lead jammer. Directional call. That's going to be a directional. Going to be taking that skater over to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Food's over there in that corner there.
Next to the bar.
Next to the bar.
It's happening. That last game, overtime, one play. It was crazy.
That's crazy. The jammer going to go over to Infinity. That's going to be Scary on the Grande. Ends the one on that one. Jukebox was trying to come through. I believe Jukebox picked up 4. Mocha Muscles up on that line. Going to be taking on number 23. That's going to be Lolly Dagger for Batfish. Lolly Dagger coming through. Going to be your lead jammer. Mocha Muscles not to be outdone. Coming through with the initial pass. Ends the jam on that one. Catfish picking up 2. Sherry Vicious over there just throwing her watch cover all over the place. Sumadri up on the line. That's going to be the Recreate Station jammer line.
Classified,
Huh?
classified extra blocker on the track.
Coming through, lead jammer. Going to be Batfish. That's going to be Madame Morticia as your jammer. Madame Morticia coming through for Batfish, picking up another 4 points. Sumadre coming through, picking up 4. Ends the gem on that one. Batfish picks up 2 on that last pass. Coming up on that Recreate Station jammer line, that's going to be Scary on the Grande. Going to be taking on number 22, Hell Fairy. Ariana Grande trying to go through the inside lane, having to recycle to the back of the pack. Hellfairy coming through for Batfish. Going to be your lead jammer. We have a Star Path over for Infinity. Cherry Vicious going to be your new jammer. And the jam on that one. So track one is out to lunch right now. When they come back at 2:10 is going to be Winetown going to be taking on SoCal. Mocha Muscles up on the line for Infinity. Frida KO up on the line for Batfish. Forearm going over to Cherry Vicious. That's going to send Cherry Vicious over to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Lead jammer going to go over to Batfish. That's going to be Frida KO. Mocha Muscles coming through. And the jam on that one. Jukebox up on that Pampered Pups. Actually, that's going to be the Recreate Station jammer line. That Jukebox going to be taking on Stereonda. Su Madre. Man, if I could talk, that would be wonderful. There's a whistle to get this jam underway. Jukebox going on the outside. Su Madre coming on the inside. Finds that hole on the inside. Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Jukebox coming through on the initial for Batfish. Su Madre goes ahead and calls it. Picks up the 4 for Infinity. Ariana Grande going to be taking on Madame Morticia. Both jammers up on that Recreate Station jammer line. That poor Astro Escape pivot line is all lonely out there. Nobody wants to play with it. No packs called. Infinity's going to be your lead jammer. It's going to be Ariana Grande. Ariana just goes ahead and, picks up the 2 points, takes out her teammate, and calls it off. Lollydagger up on that line for Batfish, going to be taking on Mocha Muscles. Lollydagger getting knocked on the inside by Terrible Twos, having to recycle. Gauge of room there to give Lollydagger just a howdy. Lollydagger coming through on that outside, picking up 4. Mocha Muscle still stuck in that path, trying to get through Malice. Mocha Muscles goes ahead and calls it.
eat.
Help ferry up on that line, on the Recreate Station jammer line. Ragnarok coming up on that line also for Infinity. Dagger up on initial for the lead jammer. For Badfish. Oscar knocking her on the inside. Oscar getting called on that directional. That's going to send Oscar to the Peppered Pups penalty box. Well, Ferry coming through, picking up 4 for Badfish. Lollygagger getting some help from her teammates, shooing her in the inside, picking up 4 points for Badfish. Ragnarok coming through, having to recycle to the back. Lolly coming through with 4. Lolly getting held up right there, having to recycle to the back of the pack in the straightaway. Lolly getting knocked on that outside. Ends the jam right there. So if you remember Schoolhouse Rock, this is where Lolly gets her adverb. Frida KO up on that line for Badfish. She's up on that Recreate Station jammer line. Looks like she's going to get a power start. Infinity Jammer in that Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Lead Jammer going over 2. That's going to be Frida KO for Badfish. Frida coming through, picking up 4 points. Frida coming through, picking up another 4 for Badfish. Ragnarok coming through on the initial pass for Infinity. Frida coming through, going to call it off. Picks up 4. Ragnarok coming through just like a bull in a china shop, picking up 2 on that last pass. Ariana Grande taking on Jukebox. Both jammers sitting there at the Recreate Station jammer line. Thank you. Yeah. I forgot my fan and my blankets. Oh, thank you very much. Scary Underground, they get knocked on the outside, having to recycle to the back of the pack. Looks like Scary Under is still sitting on a power jam. We do have the jammer for Batfish sitting in that Pampered Pups by Helen Penalty box. Scary Under comes through, picks up that lead jammer. Jukebox coming through for Badfish. Ends the power jam. Scary Under coming through, picking up 4. Jukebox clears the pack on the initial. There's the whistle in that jam.
Racing voice.
Huh?
Racing voice.
This is your public service announcement. We have Oscar jamming for Infinity. Wally Dagger going to be your jammer for Badfish. Oscar coming through. Going to be your lead jammer. Oscar coming through that traffic. One gets through, make it through after picking up 4. Looks like we got a star pass. Nope, we don't have a star pass. Malice has to return the star. So there is a no. Wally Dagger going to the penalty box. Poor Malice doesn't know what to do right now. Oscar come through. Trying to find the hole around that front wall. Oscar come through. Enough 4 for Infinity. Oscar getting some help from the teammate. All right, looks like that's going to end the power jam for Oscar. All right, so Wally Dagger has to put the star back on. Oh, Oscar getting caught for that back block. That's going to send Oscar over to the Pampered Pups penalty box. With Oscar in the Pampered Pup penalty box, that's going to give a power jam over to Madame Morticia. Madame Morticia's at their Recreate Station jammer line. All right, Madame Morticia going to be your lead jammer for Badfish. Madame Morticia having to cycle to the back of the pack, getting knocked on the inside. Finds that hole, coming through, picking up 4. That's going to go ahead and end the power jam for Badfish. Oscar coming out of the Pampered Pups penalty box. Whirl getting called for that illegal contact. Madam Batista coming through, picking up 4 for Badfish. Oscar coming through on the initial pass. Ends the jam. I believe that was 2 for Oscar, 3 for Badfish. Hell Fairy coming up on that Recreate Station jammer line for Badfish. Scarion de Grande up on that line for Infinity. Chris, the white jamra. He's always doing this. Kind of reminds me of Dracula.
Like
What type of what?
here.
Oh, Port Authority. Port Authorities. Got a star pass going over to Infinity. New jammer going to be Ragnarok. Ariana Grande. Nope. Who is that? That is Hell Fairy. Goes ahead and calls it. Frida KO up on that Recreate Station jammer line. Going to be taking on Mocha Muscles. Frida KO. Jay Owens. Chroma Bravo. Star pass going over to Infinity. Frida KO coming through. Try to get through that front wall. No packs called. 4 points brought to you by Frida KO. Jerry Vish is going to be your new jammer for Infinity. Frida KO comes on the outside, but gets called for a penalty. It's going to set Frida over to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Jerry Vicious trying to get through. Comes through, picks up 4 on that one for Infinity. That's going to go ahead and end the penalty box in that power gem. That 5th jammer coming out of that Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Frida KO. 4 more points for Badfish. Ends the jam on that one. Now don't forget, we got raffles going on, and they do have a special raffle for a Labubu. Not a Luhuhu, a Labubu. Jukebox up on the line, going to be taking on Ragnarok. Ragnarok coming through. One to get through. She comes through. Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Car pass going on. Ragnarok coming through, picking up another 4. Bag the Bone's going to be your new jammer for Badfish. Ragnarok coming through on the outside, picking up four for Infinity. Ragnarok coming through, adding another 4 points to that scoreboard. And the jam on that one. Scary on the ground, they up on that line. Looks like they're going to be taking on Lollydagger. Lollydagger coming on the inside. Going to be your lead hammer for Badfish. Metallica is your jammer for Infinity. Metallica having to reslide to the back of the path. Lollydagger coming through, picking up 4. Metallica clearing the initial path. Lollydagger goes ahead and calls it. Madam Morticia going to be taking on Oscar. Both jammers coming up to the Recreate Station jammer line. Badfish sitting over there at the Astral Escape pivot line. Coming back over to that jam line. There's the whistle. Get this jam underway. Oscar coming through that window. Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Madam Morticia clearing the initial for Badfish. Oscar goes ahead and calls it. Oscar picking up 3, holding Morticia to 0. Health Fairy up on the line along with Sue Madre up on that Recreate Station jammer line. That Pampered Pups penalty box is clear. Pack is at full strength. There's the whistle. Get this jam underway. Sue Madre coming on the outside. Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Hot track called for Badfish. That's going to send Badfish over to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. That's Hell Fairy over there. Sue Madre trying to get some help from her teammates, breaking up that wall. Sue Madre goes ahead and calls it. Sue Madre picking up 3 points, calling it off. That's going to freeze the Badfish jammer into the Pampered Pets by Helen Penalty Box. Give it a power start over to their next jammer. And that's the game, ladies and gents. Let's make sure we've got all of our numbers added up. That 1 and 1 does equal 2. bad fish. The sea monsters. Speaking of jumping in the line, it's time to get back up on it. There we go. So to get this going, we got Frida KO coming through to be your lead jammer for Badfish. Pound Cake trying to get through that back wall. Pivot for the Badfish going into the Patford Pups by Helen penalty box. Coming through. Lead jammer, 4 points. That's going to be Frida KO. Frida KO goes ahead and calls it. Frida picking up 4. Prison City picking up 2. Recreate Station Jammer line. We got Smokey going to be taking on Jukebox. Smokey coming through, going to be your lead jammer for Prison City. Smokey having to recycle to the back of the pack. Initial pass would be Jukebox. Smokey trying to get some help from her teammate. Smokey goes ahead and calls it, looks down, sees Jukebox coming, decides to shut that back door. 0-0 on that one. Jersey Shove coming up on that Recreate Station jammer line. Going to be taking on Lolly Dagger. Both jammers just trying to bust through that pack. Lolly Dagger's the first one out. Jersey Shove getting knocked on the inside, having to recycle. Lolly Dagger coming through, picking up 4. Jersey Shove finishes the initial pass. Lolly Dagger coming up 4 points. Shut back door on Jersey Shove. Madam Fish up on that line. That's the Recreate Station jammer line. Going to be jamming for Batfish. Pound Cake jamming for Prison City. Pound Cake finishes the initial pass. Madam Morticia coming through, calling it up. Well, at least this time, Sailor Viv found the penalty box in the right location. Hell Fairy coming through, going to be playing against Smokey right there on the Recreate Station jammer line. Smokey going down on the outside, having to recycle. Hell Fairy trying to get through Orange. Orange running that interference there, giving enough time for Smokey to come through, and is your lead jammer for Prison City. Orange picking up that penalty. Going over to that Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Smokey coming through, picks up, just goes ahead and calls it. Choker! Choker! Jersey Shove up on that line along with Frida KO on that Recreate Station jammer line. Frida KO getting called on that penalty. That's going to be a high block, sending her to the Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Jersey Shove spending some time to repair. Star Pass going over to Orange. Orange is going to be your new jammer. For Prison City. Orange getting knocked on the inside, having to cycle to the back of the pack. Frida KO completing the initial pass. Orange coming on the inside. Does she stay upright? She does stay upright. No pass, no foul on that one. Frida KO coming through, picking up 4. Orange getting knocked on the inside, having to go recycle to the back of the pack. Frida KO coming through, having to recycle back behind the Jersey Shove, getting called on a cut track. Frida KO getting called. That's going to send them over to the Pampered Pups penalty box. Orange working their way through. Orange has one to get through. That's going to be 4 points for Orange. Ends the jam on that one. Pound Cake coming up on that Pampered Pups penalty box. Nope, not there. Actually coming up to the Recreate Station jammer line. Let's try that. She's going to get a power start. Actually, official timeout. Here, just put it on the table, corner of the table. We'll get it taken care of, okay? No, you're fine. You're fine. All right, that's going to end the official timeout. Pound Cake coming through, going to be your jammer for Prison City. Still in a power jam. Pound Cake coming through. Initial pass for Pound Cake. Frida KO coming out of that Pampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Pound Cake coming through, picking up 4. Frida KO going back into that Pampered Pups penalty box. Giving a power jam over to Pound Cake. Pound Cake coming through, picking up 4 for Prison City. Frida KO coming through that inside, 4 point for Badfish. Frida KO coming through, picking up 4. Cut track called on random step. That's going to send random step to the Pampered Pup penalty line, penalty box. Frida KO coming through. Taylor Viv running interference there, along with Gunner, I believe. Gunner getting called on that call. Smokey come back on that recreation hammer line. Team timeout called. That's going to go over that fish. Clock's taking on. Jukebox getting knocked on the outside, having to recycle. Smokey coming through, going to be your lead jammer for Prison City. Jukebox coming out, getting pushed out by Appalicious. Jukebox coming through, picking up 4 for Badfish. Prison City picking up 3. The Jersey Shove is up on that line, that Recreate Station jammer line. Looks like going to be taking on Lollydagger. Lollygagger not quite through. Gives enough time for the Jersey Shove to come through. Jersey Shove going to be your lead jammer for Prison City. Lollygagger clearing the initial path. Jersey Shove just shoving her way through. Comes through, falls it. Jersey Shove picking up 3. Lollygagger manages, actually, Jersey Shove picking up 4. Lollygagger picking up 3. Madam Morticia, Pound Cake up on the Recreate Station camera line. Madam Morticia coming on the outside, going to be your lead jammer for Badfish, not to be outdone. Pound Cake coming across. Morticia getting caught on that cut track. That's going to send them over to the Peppered Pups penalty box, giving our jam over to Prison City. Pound Cake trying to come on the outside, one to get through. Getting some help from her teammates. Pound Cake getting knocked on the inside. And the jam. Madam Morticia back up on that in the path. Madam Morticia picking up 4 for Badfish. Pound Cake coming through. Appalicious running for interference over there for Madam Morticia. And the jam on that one. Both jammers picking up 4. Smokey going to be taking on Elterry. Both jammers sitting at the Recreate Station jammer line. There's the whistle. Elterry going to come through. Going to be your lead jammer for Badfish. Smokey coming through on the initial. Smokey coming on the inside. Smokey picking up 4. Badfish picking up 1. Frida KO going to be taking on the Jersey Shove. Both jammers coming up on that Recreate Station jammer line. That Astral Escape pivot line sitting empty over there. We do have one blocker in that Tampered Pups by Helen penalty box. Coming through, Frida KO finds that hole on the inside lane, going to be your lead jammer for Badfish. Badfish coming through. Frida KO picking up 4. Frida KO coming on that outside. Picking up 4 for Badfish. The Jersey Shove coming through on the initial. That's going to be a penalty over there for Prison City. That's Hope McCain going into the Pampered Pups penalty box. Jukebox going to be taking on Pound Cake. Choker and Orange running that interference up on that front wall. Looks like along with Sayla Viv. Pound Cake coming through, going to be your lead jammer for Prison City. Cut track called. That's going to be a cut track over to Jukebox, sending Jukebox over to the Pampered Pup penalty box, giving a power jam over to Pound Cake. Smokey on the line, and we taking on Lolly Dagger. Smokey finds that on the outside, going to be lead jammer for Prison City. Lolly Dagger working on the outside, Smokey working on the inside. Lolly Dagger getting taken out by Appalicious. Smokey picking up 4. Smokey coming through. Having to get through slamming the beers. Coming through, pitched up 4 for Prison City. Directional call. That's going to be for slamming the beers. Going to be sending slamming the beers to the Pampered Pups penalty box. Smokey coming through, picking up 4 for Prison City. Smokey coming through, picking up 4. Backlash calls for the Sea Monsters. So keeping up additional 2 points for Prison City. That's Gabs of Steel going to the penalty box. You see Orange? Can't take you anywhere. The Jersey Shove up on that line. Gonna get a power start. Jersey Shove over at the Recreate Station jammer line. Jersey Shove just on their way through. Trying to make it. Gonna be a lead jammer. But having to shuffle the way through the back of the pack. Jersey Shove getting some help from her teammate. Trying to clear that way. Jersey Shove trying to work her way through. Jersey Shove picking up 4. Jersey Shove getting called on a penalty. That's going to send Jersey Shove over to the Pampered Pups penalty box. 2 points for Jersey Shove. Coming up on that Recreate Station jammer line is going to be Madame Morticia. Shooting over to an official timeout. We got Jersey Shove sitting there at the Pampered Pups penalty box, trying to double check on our penalties, make sure we have everything correct on that one. Okay, that ends the official timeout. There's a whistle. Get this jam underway. Again, it's going to be a power start for Madame Morticia. Madame Morticia being bounced out between Appalicious and Orange. Back block called for the Sea Monsters, sending them over to the Pampered Pups penalty box. Madame Morticia trying to work her way through. Combination there between Smokey and Appalicious holds her up a little bit. Pina Colada, here comes Smokey. Smokey coming through. Lead jammer is actually going to be Morticia. Jersey Shove coming through on the initial. And Morticia having to cycle through the back of the pack, trying to get through everybody. Morticia coming through. Going to be lead jammer for Morticia. Madame Morticia coming through for Badfish, picking up 4. Appalachia running interference over there. Ends the jam. 4 picked up for Prison City. 3 picked up for Badfish. Pound Cake taking on Hell Fairy. Both jammers sitting at the Recreate Station jammer line. Misery Business getting called on a multiplayer. Lead jammer. It's going to be Pound Cake. Hell Fairy coming through. Pound Cake's like, oh, no, you don't. Nope, nope. And calls it off. Loki coming up on that line. That's the Recreate Station jammer line. Taking on Frida KO. We'll get to an official timeout. Just look down. Yeah. There's 5 seconds. Getting ready to come back action. And Frida KO taking on Smokey. Smokey coming on that outside. Going to be your lead jammer for Prison City. Frida KO getting knocked out. Having a recycle to the back of the pack. Frida KO coming through on the initial. Smokey coming through with 4. No packs called. Hulk McCain getting caught on a failure to reform. Smokey coming through on that inside, picking up 4 for Prison City. Not to be outdone, Frida KO picking up 4 for Badfish. Frida KO coming through, picking up 4 for Badfish. Frida KO coming through, picking up 4. Smokey picking up 4 of their own. Okay, Hulk short. All right, that's game. We're going to double check, make sure what our scores are. Favor of Prison City. $80 The power jam over to infinity. Body rocks. Getting called on that penalty. That's going to send Hottie Rocks to the Pampered Pups penalty box. Mocha Muscles goes ahead and calls it. To Madre up on that line. That's the Recreate Station Jammer line. Looks like going to get a power start. Jammer for Winetown still in that Pampered Pups penalty box. Lee Jammer going over to Winetown. Watts goes ahead and calls it, picking up 4. Holding infinity to 0. Ready, jamming for Winetown. Sweaty coming on the inside, going to be your lead jammer for Winetown. Sweaty coming through, picking up another 4 points for Winetown. New jammer for Infinity is going to be Ragnarok. Sweaty goes ahead, calls it, picks up 1. Mocha Muscles up on that Recreate Station jammer line. Flashburn going to be your lead jammer for Winetown. Flashburn trying to get through that front. Jerry Vicious going to be your new jammer for Infinity. Flashburn goes ahead. Balls it off, picking up 4. Cup Infinity's called at the last portion of that jam. Bottle Rock's jamming for Winetown. Ragnarok Jim is Infinity. Bottle Rock's going to be your lead hammer, Flying Town. Starpath for Infinity. New Jammer going to be Metallica. Bottle Rock's coming through, picking up four for Winetown. And the jam on that one. 0-0 for that pack. Ariana Grande going to be taking on Sweaty. Ariana Grande trying to get through that. Just enough time for Sweaty to come through and get the lead jammer for Winetown. Ariana Grande having to cycle to the back of the pack. Sweaty working their way through the front. Going to be 4 points for Winetown. Starpath over to for Infinity. New jammer going to be Cherry Vicious. Ends the jam on that one. Winetown picking up one, holding Infinity to 0. Flashburn up on the line, going to be taking on Oscar. Oscar's got the super powered Sparky boots on today. Flashburn trying to work on the way on the outside, getting stopped by Cherry Vicious. Oscar's just getting all tangled up on that front wall for Winetown. Oscar's trying to push the way through, trying to get to that 20-foot mark. Oscar comes through, going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Flashburn getting called on that. I believe that was a low block. That's going to go ahead and send Flashburn to the Peppered Pups penalty box, giving a power jam over to Oscar for Infinity. Oscar being knocked on the outside, having to cycle to the back of the pack. That's going to end the power jam over to Oscar. Flashburn back on the track. Flashburn coming through. Looks like the initial. Ends the jam on that one. Don't forget, we do have our vendors here on Rink 2. Astral Escape, Rude Chicks, Amarius Aqua Frescas, Handmade Treasures, 92 West. Then the Jammer line sponsor, Recreate Station, Fuego Latino, Wicked Bags, and Empire Skates, all right here, track 2. Coming through right out of the whistle is going to be number 123. That's going to be Bottle Rocks for Winetown. Going to be your lead jammer. Winetown getting called on that penalty. That's going to send him over to the Pampered Pups penalty box. New jammer for Infinity. That's going to be Metallica. Jam ends on that one. Winetown picking up 2. Stereo Grande up on that line. Going to be taking on Sweaty. Both jammers over at the Recreate Station jammer line. Sweaty going to be your lead jammer for Winetown. Not to be outdone. Scary on the Grande right there on the initial pass. Sweaty goes ahead and calls it. Picks up 3. Shutting that back door on Scary Honda. She doesn't get any points. Not even by using the app does she get any points. Flashburn up on that line, going to be taking on Ragnarok up on that Recreate Station jammer line. Winetown coming off the Escrow Tape pivot line, showing back up on that jammer line. Ragnarok coming on that outside. Finds that inside line, just trying to get through. Oscar having to recycle to the back of the pack. Trying to recycle Flashburn to the back of the pack. Flashburn coming through. Finds that hole on the outside. Going to be your lead jammer for Winetown. Scariana right there. Flashburn goes ahead and calls it. Ariana Grande up on the line, up on Bottle Rocks, right there at the Recreate Station jammer line. Ariana Grande going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Bottle Rock coming through on the initial pass. Sorry, Ariana Grande goes ahead and calls it. I guess the rest of the team didn't get that memo. Su Madre up on that line. That's the Recreate Station jammer line. Going to be taking on Sweaty. Over there, Winetown sitting over at the actual state line. Comes back to the jammer line. Su Madre coming through. Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Sweaty getting knocked on the inside, having a recycle to the back. Sweaty coming through on the initial pass for Winetown. Su Madre getting knocked on the inside. Maybe prep rib goes ahead. Su Madre goes ahead and calls it. Su Madre picking up 3. Flashburn up on that line. Going to be taking on Ragnarok. Both jammers sitting there at the Recreate Station jammer line. Ragnarok working on that outside, finds that hole, going to be your lead jammer. Actually, no, getting caught on a cut track. That's going to go ahead and send him to the Pampered Pup penalty box, give it a power jam over to Flashburn. Flashburn is going to be your lead jammer for Winetown. Flashburn working through again. 4 points for Winetown, brought to you by Flashburn. Flashburn comes through for Winetown, goes ahead and calls it. Oscar picking up that, putting that star on, going to be taking on Bottle Rock, sitting at the Recreate Station jammer line. Again, Winetown moving from the Astro Escape pivot line over to the jammer line. Just before the start of the jam, Oscar finds that hole on the outside. Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Oscar tiptoeing on that outside, picking up 4 for Infinity. Oscar coming through, picking up 4. Bottle Rock's getting knocked on the outside, having the cycle to the back of the pack for Winetown. So Madre getting called on the penalty. That's going to send him over to the Pampered Pup penalty box. I believe that was a failure to reform. Oscar coming through, picking up 4. Oscar trying to go on the outside, getting knocked on the outside. Neutral pass for Winetown. New jammer. It's going to be 418. That's going to be Baby Crack Rib. Oscar goes ahead and calls it, picks up the 4. Over 16 points on that. They have a slide. 39. These unders. Right. Sweaty's going to be your lead jammer for Winetown. Sweaty coming through, picking up 4. Metallica trying to work her way through, getting knocked on the outside, having to recycle to the back of the pack. Sweaty along the same thing, having to recycle. Ends the jam on that one. Sweaty picking up one on that last pass. Scary on the Grande up on that line. Going to be taking on Trip Hazard. Both jammers sitting at the Recreate Station jammer line. Winetown over there at the Astral Escape pivot line. Coming through. That's going to be Trip Hazard for Winetown. Going to be your lead jammer. Scary Honda getting knocked on the outside, having to recycle for Infinity. Trip Hazard coming through, picking up 4 for Winetown. Scary Honda working on the initial. Trip Hazard comes through, picks up 4 and calls it. Flashburn taking on Oscars. Both jammers at the Recreate Station jammer line. Oscar getting knocked on the outside, having to cycle back behind Nitro. Cherry Vicious getting called on the multiplayer block. Flashburn coming through on Winetown as the initial. Going to be your lead jammer for Winetown. Oscar coming through. Completes the initial pass. Flashburn coming through with 4 for Winetown. Flashburn goes ahead and calls it. That's going to shut the back door on Oscar. Sue Madre up on that line for Infinity. Going to be taking on Sweaty for Winetown. Both jammers sitting there at the Recreate Station jammer line. Sweaty finds that hole on the inside lane. Going to be your lead jammer for Winetown. Sumadre coming through on the initial pass. Sweaty comes up with 4, goes ahead and calls it, shuts the back door on Sumadre. No points for Sumadre. Just a reminder, Astral Escape, there's chair massage at the roller derby events. You can come through and treat yourself to some next level relaxation with their amazing massage between jams, between bouts. You won't want to miss it. Be sure to check out Astral Escape. Metallica up on that line, going to be taking on Trip Hazard. All sitting at the Recreate Station jammer line. Trip Hazard hitting that front wall for Infinity. Metallica hitting that back wall of Winetown. Trip Hazard finds that on the inside. Going to be lead jammer for Winetown. Metallica getting knocked on the outside, pushed on the outside by Nitro, having to recycle back behind Nitro. Trip Hazard going on the inside, having to recycle. Trip Hazard comes through, picks up 4. Goes ahead and ends the jam on that one. Right. SoCal wins the competition over at track 1. That was 61-48 in favor of SoCal. Flashburn's going to be your lead jammer for Winetown. Scary on the Grande completes the initial. Flashburn goes ahead and calls it, picks up 1 on that one. Game 12. Where we are with winner of game 12. The winner of game 20. Winner game 12. That's so good news. Okay. Game 12? All right, that's game. We're going to double check our numbers, make sure we have everything correct on this one. Number 4, Infinity 39, Lightdown 65. I would imagine. will advance to play Line Town for all the marbles. And then the other team will actually be awarded third place. We have about 2.5 minutes. One battery in, one battery out. Oh my goodness.
There's hit that point where there's not much.
Right. Yeah. It's just,
Otherwise,
yeah.
unfortunately.
All right, that's the whistle. Call to action. Again, Infinity Roller Derby is your home. The Tentacles will be the guest. Gunner up on the line for the Tentacles, going to be taking on number 8, Ragnarok, for Infinity. 30 minutes up on the board. It's a running clock until the last 2 minutes. Only time it stops is for an official timeout. There's the whistle. Gunner trying to shoot on the outside, get knocked out by Oscar. Oscar goes out themselves. Cut track. Nope. No pass, no foul on that one. That's going to give Ragnarok coming through. Ragnarok's going to get the lead jammer. Ragnarok coming through, calls it off. SoCal didn't get one, but Infinity got one. Allison Thunderland up on the line. Going to be taking on Scary on the Grande. Now Thunderland getting knocked on the outside, having to recycle. Recycles back in front of Scary on the Grande. Allison Thunderland's going to be your lead jammer for SoCal for the Tentacles. Allison Thunderland goes ahead and calls it. Farrell Fawcett up on the line for the Tentacles, going to be taking on Mocha Muscles.
That's it. All right. Hold on. I'm deciding if I want to partake. Hi, Big Papa.
Hey, Jailbreak, how you doing, my friend?
Hey, look, it's one team I've seen all day and another team I haven't seen.
Well, welcome to Track 2. We're in the semifinal. Mocha Muscles coming through, going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Farrell Fawcett coming through. Initial pass, Mocha Muscles. Going ahead and calling it off. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
3-4, 3-4, 3-4. No,
Give me that. Give me a second.
3-4.
No, I got
4, 5, 6.
There we
Okay.
go.
There we go.
Hey, we can hear you now. Sumadre up on the line, going to be taking on Salty Siren.
Is this a full game or 30 minute?
30 minutes. Everything is 30 minutes. Salty Siren getting a knock on that one. Lead jammer is going to be Infinity. That's going to be number 4. That's going to be Sumadre.
Moxley makes it up. That's going to be the initial for SoCal. Sumadre already out for 4 more points. It's hot out there, man.
Was it? Moxley coming through, picking up 4 for the Tentacles. Sumadre goes ahead and calls it.
I might have to eat too much beer. It's probably why I'm sweating. I'm going to grab some water.
Joiner on the line, going to be taking on Scary on the Grande. There's the whistle, get that jam underway. Scary on the Grande trying to run off of that Recreate Station jammer line. Stereo on the ground. They're going to be your lead jammer for Infinity.
Runner still stuck at the rear of that pack. Already forced to reset. Gunner finally makes it out. That's going to be the initial for SoCal. Sorry, not Gunner. Star Pass. That's going to be Cataclysmic Kate.
Alice and Thunderland up on the line. They'll be taking on Mocha Muscle. Getting there at the Recreate Station jammer line.
Jammer still stalled at the pack.
Multiplayer called. Yeah, on track 2, we got the penalty box over there in the straightaway instead of on the corner number 3.
A lot of confusing whistle calls here. Alice Thunderland thought they got a penalty, but not. That was just their lead jam whistle. Star Pass over on Infinity.
That's going to be Cherry Vicious, your new jammer. Alice and Thunderland coming through. Farrell Fawcett up on that line. That's going to be the Recreate Station jammer line. We're going to be taking on Ragnarok.
Ragnarok?
Ragnarok.
Oh.
Rad.
Rad. Got it. Ragnarok trying to push through that front line and finally does with some work. Lead jammer for Infinity. It's got the eyes too. That's scary.
Farrell Fawcett going to be going over to that Hampered Pups penalty box. That's going to give a power jam over to Ragnarok.
Ragnarok with those Valkyrie makeup eyes trying to get some points now on this run. Opened up a lane on the inside. That's 4 on the board for Infinity.
Township had the same kind of eye makeup.
Oh. Also North Team.
Rad. I don't know. Ragnarok was ahead. Calls it, picks up 4. All I know, there was stuff on the eyes.
Hey, raccoons, team.
Could be. Foxy up on the line. Oh, maybe not.
37.
Scary on the Grande up on that line for Infinity. Going to be a power start for Infinity. Got the jammer for the 10th kill in the Pampered Pups penalty box. Scary on the Grande getting knocked on the inside, having to cycle through the back. That's going to end the power jam. Farrell Fawcett back on the track. Farrell Fawcett coming on the inside.
Scary Grande also makes it up for the initial for Infinity.
Farrell Fawcett's going to be your lead jammer for the 10th kill. Farrell coming through with 4, goes ahead and fouls it. And shuts the back door on Scary on the Grande. Gunner coming on the line for the 10th field. Oscar coming on the line for Infinity. That is the Recreate Station Jammer line. There's with to get that jam underway.
Oscar pushing through the middle, hasn't quite gotten yet. Oh, got beat to it by Gunner. Lead jammer for SoCal.
Oscar's got one to get through. Oscar completes the initial. Gunner goes ahead and calls it. Picks up 3.
SoCal at 14, Infinity at 24. Still a good game.
Local Muscles back up on the line. Going to be taking on Moxie. Moxie trying to come on the outside, but gets knocked out by Brickhouse, having to recycle. Cut track. Moxie cuts the track because she gets knocked out by Brickhouse and comes in front of Brickhouse. Lead jammer going to be Mocha Muscles for Infinity. Another skater in the Pampered Pups penalty box.
Mocha Muscles staying upright and inbound, tiptoeing on that outside lane for 4.
Mocha goes ahead and calls it. A couple more people coming into that Pampered Pups penalty box. Oscar putting on the star, going to be taking on Allison Sunderland. Both jammers up on the Recreate Station jammer line.
Oh, never mind. That was a power start.
That's going to be a foul start for Oscar, right? Because you did have Moxie in that penalty box. That ends the power start for Oscar. Oscar's going to be your lead jammer. Moxie coming through, having to recycle to the back of the path. Moxie getting knocked on the outside, having to redo that. Oscar coming through. Directional call for the tentacle. Oscar coming through with 4. Jerry Vicious knocking out Moxie. Moxie's got to come back behind Cherry Bishop. Oscar staying on the inside. Picking up 4. Oxy coming back.
What is going on?
She's trying to call her back to the track and she can't she didn't
Yeah.
hear.
So SoCal, understandably, a little discombobulated. They spent 3 games on rink 1, where the penalty box was on the other side of the rink. They've been used to that all day, for most of the day. So we can tell they're a little bit out of balance just from that as one factor. Right now we got C. Madre and Allison Thunderland coming up next on the Recreation Station jammer line.
Three timeout. They so much want to state. We are at a team timeout. Team timeout called by the Tentacles. You doing all right? Good.
Yeah, I just need to stand and drink water.
You got it.
I'm only saying stuff to kind of keep myself conscious. I could actually go with a break.
Did you want a break?
I might have to.
Go ahead and do that. Just go break. I got this. You got it, man. Just take a break. All right, that's going to end the team timeout. Coming back to the track, we've got Alice and Thunderland going to be taking on Sue Motley. Alice and Thunderland's got one to get through. Makes it through. Going to be your lead jammer for the Tentacles. Not to be outdone, Sue Madre right there for Infinity. Alice and Thunderland keeping track of that jammer. Sees the jammer coming close. Comes through, picks up 4, hauls it off, shuts that back door. Ariana Grande up on the line for Infinity. Going to be taking on Gunner. Both are at the Recreate Station jammer line. National State pivot line is clear currently right now. Here comes Gunner. Gunner coming around, going to be your lead jammer for the Tentacles. Cut track called on Ariana Grande. That's going to send her to the Pepper Pup Quincy box. Power Jam going over to the Tentacle. Ariana Grande comes back to the track. Both jammers picking up 4. Ends the jam on that one. Farrell Fawcett up on the line for the 10th kill. That's going to be the Recreate Station jammer line. Ragnarok up on the line also for Infinity. Going into an official review called by the Tentacle. Right, and the official review coming back on the action. Ragnarok taking on Farrell Fawcett. Ragnarok finds that hole on the inside. Going to be your lead jammer. Or Infinity. Ends the jam. Block time actually froze up on that. Might have to have a redo. We'll find out. Just trying to get the time clock, the scoreboard to match up with us. Get ready. You're right back to your action. And SoCal Typical's taking on Infinity Roller Derby. Winner will advance to the finals to play Whitetown. What is third place? All right, Ragnarok on the line, going to be taking on Moxie. Has to recreate Station Jammerline. The Jammer gonna be Sumadre. That's it's Ragnarok. Gonna be your lead Jammer for Infinity. Moxie coming through on the initial for the Tentakill. Ragnarok coming through, picking up 4. All right, we got the jam time, and that's going to be Juancho No Rolo. He's going to be calling out the time as we go. We make sure we keep this going. Scariana Grande going to be taking on Ella Drive-By. Tentacles getting called on a cut shot. That's going to send them over to the Pampered Pets penalty box. Give it Infinity a power start. Going into an official timeout. All right, that's going to end the official timeout. Coming back to the track. 9 minutes, 4 seconds left on the clock. Local Muscles up on the line for Infinity. Going to get a power start for Infinity. Local Muscles comes through. Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Ends the power jam. Drive-by coming through. Local Muscles getting called on a cut track. That's going to send Local Muscles to the Pampered Pup penalty box. Drive-by coming through on a power jam. Tentacles picking up 4. Drive by picking up 4 more for the Tentacles. That's going to end the power jam. Welcome Wrestling's back on the track, trying to get through that front wall. No packs called. Ends the jam on this one. Tentacles picking up 3. Along with Infinity. Gunner coming up on that line. Along with Ragnarok. Going to be the Recreate Station jammer line. Ragnarok coming through, having to not recycle. Actually, have the recycle got knocked on the inside of the track. Ragnarok coming through. Lead jammer for Infinity. Ragnarok coming through, picking up 4 for Infinity. Ends the power jam. Gunner back on the track. Gunner attacking that front wall of Infinity. Coming through. Initial pass. Actually, no, 4 points for Gunner. 4 points for Ragnarok. Ragnarok goes ahead and calls it. Just about 5 minutes left. Farrell Fawcett up on the line, taking on Oscar up on that Recreate Station jammer line. Oscar coming through, going to be your lead jammer, not to be outdone. Farrell Fawcett right there on the initial path. Oscar taking a look back to see where Farrell's at. Coming through. Farrell comes through, hits that. Oscar comes through, both picking up 4, it looks like. That is correct. Oscar coming on the outside, picking up 4. Farrell right there. Oscar's hoping to close that back door, but Farrell's just too quick. Farrell coming on the outside, going to be picking up 4. Oscar still stuck on that wall, trying to get some help from the teammate. Hits on the outside, goes ahead and calls it. Oscar picking up 3. I believe it's like 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Moxie up on the line. Ariana Grande up on that Recreate Station jammer line. Both jammers getting ready. Should have enough for about 2 to 3 more jams. Moxie coming on the outside for the Tentacles. Ariana Grande completes the initial pass. Moxie coming through with 4 for the Tentacles. Moxie goes ahead and calls it. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Official timeout. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Why? Because no Rolo says so. Very adamantly, he says so. All right, that's whistle and the official timeout. 80-57, favor of Infinity. There's the whistle. Get this jam underway. Mocha Muscle is going to be your lead jammer for Infinity. Star Pass going over. Attempted Star Pass. That's high ball called. Ends the jam on this one. 125. So let's go figure out what's going on at the Pampered Pups penalty box. Does she go into the box as a blocker? I mean, go into the box as a pivot or go into the box as a jammer? 106 left on the clock. Ariana Grande sitting right there. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out, Ariana. You got it. Just cleansing breath. Namaste. All right, so it's going to get a power start. So she did go into that box and the Pampered Pup penalty box as a jammer. Ariana Grande is going to be power start. Ariana Grande getting called. That's going to be a reverse power jam. Power jam going over to the Tentacles. The jammer. That's going to be Ella Drive by. Going to be your lead jammer for the Tentacles. And it's a power jam. Ella Drive by coming through, picking up 4. For infinity. Drive by picking up another 4. Ends the gem on that one. Scariana picking up 3. That's the game. Gonna double check our numbers.
It's 69,
What?
87, 69.
Okay, infinity. 8769. All right, 8769 as it stands for infinity. That means infinity is going to advance to play Winetown for all the marbles. And we will award the SoCal 10 kills third place.
right, it's going to be game time in 9 minutes. The final game of the day. Once again, if Whitetown is ahead by 30 minutes, the game will be done and the tournament will be over. If Infinity is ahead by the half, we're going to do another half. As this is double elimination, Whitetown has earned that privilege.
Or at the half, if the announcers are ahead, we're going to be playing bingo.
Yes, bingo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's not really a game of skill, though, is it? Bingo? No.
Have you seen some of the senior citizen ladies that play bingo? I wouldn't want to upset them.
Okay.
They will be all over you like a spider monkey. Really? Was that necessary, sir? That noise? No, yeah. Making all that noise.
He hates you. It's mad at you.
Why do you hate me? Why would I not?
See, look
I
at
don't
that
know.
face. It's angry. Anger. Oh, confusion. Anger and confusion. Those are really the only two emotions that really count.
That or he's constipated.
Yeah.
Don't have to call me out like that.
All right.
I don't know about you, Big Papa, but I've been hopped up on Red Bull refreshers and beer over on Rink 1 all day.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Yeah.
You know what? I found out an interesting thing about fireflies.
Fireflies.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know why their butts glow?
Why?
Because if their heads glow, they would be lightheaded.
Oh, for God's sake.
I think that's a good idea.
What?
Yeah, it's still alive. It's pretty again.
All right, let's actually give you a rundown of Infinity, kind of let you know who's all skating. 06 is Dama Bravo, 101 Deja Vroom, 11 is Vicious Tiff, 209 is Gurmaid, 25 Territory, 31 Dr. Dyke, 32 Metallica, number 4 is Su Madre, 510 Brick House. Number 6 is Oscar. 69 Cherry Vicious. 75 Stereana Grande. Number 8 Ragnarok. Number 811 Mocha Muscle. 97 Sweets. 2 Terrible 2. The number 603 Sigourney Reaper. That is making up Infinity.
For Whitetown, we have number 12, Sweaty, 23, Follow Rocks. There's two jammers that have been causing hell all day long. 180, Trip Hazard, 227, Nitros, 418, Baby Crack Ribs, 49, Dewey Decimator, number 5, D Apex, 516, Deucin for a Bruisin. 626, Spunky Monkey. 757, Lemon and Dropkick. 77, Jelly Bean. 805, Juka Pachuca. 821, Psycho Thera V. 867, Betty Rage. Number 3, Chic Escape. And 803, Flashburn. They have a collection of really good jammers on their side. Saw them a couple times. We're going to see what a warmed up Infinity, how they're going to take on a rested Winetown. Infinity with an uphill battle today. They have earned it though. They have to beat Winetown essentially twice, whereas Winetown needs to lead by the half in order to end this tournament now.
Well, see, that's what you're supposed to do with wine. Once you open up wine, you need to let it rest.
That's true. Yes. Yeah. That's the proper way to do it.
Yeah, yeah. You know?
Just to reiterate, Winetown leads by the half, and that will be the end of the tournament. If Infinity leads by the half, we're going to keep going until the tournament's over. And it's going to be drama. This is a rematch between Infinity and Winetown today. Whew, can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Also, if you don't know who we are, my name is Big Papa. This is my cohort in crime.
My name is Jailbreak,
And we are the Tiki Kings
we reunite today.
for the first time all day long.
All day long.
They've been separated. They can't keep the Tiki Kings apart
I feel so unwhole without you all day.
all day.
You've been incomplete. All I've been doing is talking crap over there, and nobody laughs at my jokes.
Well, you got over there. You got Erlich von Hertem and stuff. So that's good.
Well, he's cool. He helps keep me straight. But I mean, my dumb jokes. I mean, it lands on nobody.
Some
That's what I
jokes
mean.
that I do the dumb jokes, and all I get over here is groans.
That's better than a laugh. I think.
Yeah, well, no, we'll see. I'm just concerned with the safety of the people in Apex on the Apex between turns 1 and 2 over there. If you take a look at those,
Yeah.
they got their hands crossed, your arms crossed. It's like they're angry.
That's a catch with arms out.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I thought Blanco Norola was going to skate today. Did I miss it? Was he on skates today?
Oh yeah, Blanco Norola was on skates today.
Well, some roller.
He's Blanco Summerall, but I didn't get to see him skate. That's a lie. I don't believe it. No. If I didn't see it, it didn't happen. You should put on skates now as Cam Breath. Totally. Nick, did you know if you skate as Jam Rep, the game goes quicker? Did you know that? Because you move faster. One more time. This is a rematch between Winetown and Infinity. Winetown has the winner's advantage, let's say. If they lead by the half, this tournament is over. If Infinity leads by the half, we're going to keep going until we have a new champion.
Do you mean that this is a subscription match because you can have infinite wine?
Yep. Yep.
Hey, get this checked out.
He needs football.
Who needs football? All right. Looks like we got Trip Hazard up on the line for Winetown. Going to be taking on Ragnarok for Infinity. Infinity's going to be in blue. Winetown's in white. If I keep this up, I'm going to be in trouble. There's the whistle. Get this jam underway. This is for all the marbles for the trophy.
Right now, I'm trying to jump ahead, get through those 3 front blockers. Ragnarok makes it through first. That's going to be the lead jammer for Infinity. Infinity needs to win twice, essentially. Can they do it? It's possible. Trip Hazard on the floor for Winetown. Still trying to get that initial. Trip Hazard forced to reset behind Oscar. Meanwhile, Ragnarok up front trying to get through those last 2 blockers. Stays upright and inbound. That's 4 points on the board first for Infinity on their quest for revenge.
Trip Hazard getting knocked down on the outside by Oscar, having to recycle. Ragnarok coming through, picking up another 4 point. Have a star path for Winetown. New jammer. That's going to be number 418.
That's going to be Baby Crack Ribs. Now on initial. Ragnarok does call it. Closes the door behind her.
Ariana Grande coming on the line. We're taking on Flashburn. Sitting at the Recreate Station jammer line.
11-point run by Ragnarok there. Going to talk with the Infinity coach. It looks like this game might be a game of long runs in which teams can get them first.
Directional call. That's going to be Infinity going into that Peppered Pup penalty box. Lead jammer going to be Flashburn for Winetown. Cut track going over to Ariana Grande. That's going to give a power jam over to Flashburn for Winetown. Ariana Grande going into the Peppered Pup penalty box.
Flashburn needs 4 more passes to take the lead.
Flashburn's going on the outside, having to recycle in the back of the path. Finds a hole on the inside. Maybe picking up 4.
On the inside lane, bobbing to the outside. Another 4 points for Winetown.
That's going to end the power jam. Ariana Grande is back on the track. Power jam's over for Winetown.
It was a matter to Flashburn scrubbing through the inside lane to the center. Another 4 on the board.
New jammer for Infinity. That's going to be Ragnarok. Number 8. Ends the jam on that one.
Flashburn calls it, getting 3 more. Winetown takes the lead. That is the first lead change of the game. The story now is 15-11 in favor of Winetown.
So I get to shoot a break.
Smoke of Muscles up on that line. Going to be taking on Trip Hazard. That's going to be the Recreate Station jammer line. Astral State pivot line is clear. Trip Hazard trying to get through that front wall.
Still stuck in the middle of it. Well, now the rear of the pack.
Trip Hazard come through with Winetown going to be your lead jammer.
But the Vessels makes it out. Infinity desperate to get some points on the board as soon as possible to stay in the game.
Trip Hazard goes ahead and calls it. 0-0 on that one.
So at 15-11, an excellent defensive effort by Infinity. Winetown getting aggressive really quickly.
Shumadri up on that line, taking on Flashburn. That's going to be the Recreate Station jammer line.
Washburn trying to push through the middle front of that pack. Sumadre keeping the pack together and pushing the Waytown blockers up. Sumadre forced to reset behind Jelly Bean. Still no lead jammer. Sumadre on the floor, getting right back up. Washburn's forced to reset.
Washburn comes through, going to be your lead jammer for Winetown.
Sumadre is being held up by number 77 that whole time. Sumadre finally added it back with the initial. Really being offered good defense toward the end there.
Washburn comes through, calls it. Washburn picking up 3. Holding Infinity to 0.
Whitetown extends their lead. It's going to be 18-11.
Ragnarok up on the line for Infinity, going to be taking on Trip Hazard right there at the Recreate Station jammer line. Astro State pivot line is clear.
Trip Hazard trying to get in the inside lane. Ragnarok forced to reset.
Having a reset behind Baby Crack Ribs. Trip Hazard having a reset behind Oscar.
Ragnarok takes it out first. That's going to be lead jammer for Infinity. Infinity has a chance to close the gap here.
Oscar and Cherry Vicious, along with Terrible Twos, it looks like, running that back wall.
Ragnarok looks like forced to reset.
Again, having a reset behind Baby Crack Ribs.
Ragnarok is the one looking for Butcher, and I believe on the inside lane and fell out of bounds, I think.
Both jammers getting knocked on the inside of the track, having to recycle. Again, Ragnarok having to recycle behind Baby Cracked Ribs, and then Trip Hazard having to cycle behind Oscar.
Minnesota, two of the best defenses showing up at the same time. Both jammers still.
Right there and on the apex between turns 1 and 2.
Four.
Holding Winetown to 0. Winetown not even able to make their initial pass.
It's going to be a 3-point game. Winetown 18, Infinity 15. Only one score between them.
Flashburn up on that line, taking on Scariana Grande on the Recreate Station jammer line. Panther Pups penalty box is clear. Flashburn coming on the outside for Winetown, going to be your lead jammer.
Scariana the first to reset, 2-7.
Having to recycle behind Nitro. Nitro's been heavy defense all day.
Cut track called on Flashburn, but it's now going to be a power jam for Infinity. It looks like there's a star pass now.
That was a star pass. Metallica is going to be your new jammer for Infinity. Metallica getting knocked on the outside, having to recycle.
Infinity needs to take advantage of this power jam to survive. There will be no lead jammer. So this jam will go to the end. Metallica now finally having that back for the initial. Here's the pass for points.
And the power jam. Blackburn back on the track.
Washburn will score points on this if she can complete it.
Washburn coming on the outside, makes it through. That's going to be 4 points for Winetown.
No lead jammer, gonna go to the angle, hit 7th left. Metallica finally makes that. That's gonna be 4 points on the board for Infinity.
Washburn comes on the inside. That's going to be 4 points for Winetown.
Metallica forced to get a bounce. And that's not that champ. Yeah, the points show up.
Metallica picking up 3 on that one.
All right, still a 4-point game. It's 26-22 in favor of Winetown. Still one score between them.
Baby Crack Ribs up on the line, taking on Mocha Muscle. That's the Recreate Station jammer line. Astro Tape pivot line is clear.
We're at 18 minutes, 33 seconds left. It's a 4-point game.
Infinity has the pack advantage. Baby Crack Ribs coming through. Going to be your lead jammer for Winetown.
Mocha Muscle still has 2, now 3 blockers. Trying to get some help, number 2. Sure, this is also trying to help open up the lane. No points earned by either. Still 4-point game. We're now at 17 minutes, 50 seconds left.
Got a raffle when we're ready on the next jam. Washburn on the line, going to be taking on Oscar.
Oscar forced to reset. Washburn still pushing up front. Oscar found an open lane on the outside, but hasn't quite earned it yet. Has 1 blocker to go. Infinity has lead champ status with Oscar. Washburn also out of the pack for the initial.
I think that's ends the jam on that one. 2 points for Infinity. All right, let's grab your yellow tickets. We've got 3 raffles to call. 750-555. And again, 750-555 for one. Then we have 750-532. Again, last one, 750-555, 750-532. We got one more to call.
Trip Hazard and Mocha Muscle's on the line. It's a 2-point game with 16 minutes and 13 seconds left.
Winetown blocker going to the Pamper Pups penalty box.
I didn't see the hit. He had two vicious ones on the IERD in a row. It was Razor and Sammy Smackout. Sammy Smackout got back up. Razor though was a wheelchair, couldn't play anymore. It was like one jam after another. It was rough. So It must have been doing a lot of work for them. It's gonna hurt.
All right, let's run down these ticket numbers one more time. 750-555, 750-532, and then 750-561. Again, 561 is the last one. Be sure to check your numbers over at the merchant table.
We're at 15 minutes, 57 seconds left. Sierra Grande and Flashburn on the line.
That's going to be the Recreate Station jammer line. We've got Winetown starting over at the Astro Escape pivot line, but moves forward over to the jammer line.
Sierra Grande almost made it on the inside lane, but forced out of bounds. Flashburn's trying to take advantage. Flashburn does. That's going to be your lead jammer for Winetown. Flashburn really wants to earn points here. Winetown wants to stay ahead by the half to end this now. That's 4 points on the board. So
And
pass over to Ragnarok before the end of that. Sorry.
goes ahead and calls off the jam, and again, just shuts that back door. Oscar up on that line for Infinity.
It's a 6-point game. Still up in the air.
Trip Hazard coming out on the line for Winetown. Going to have 4-3 pack advantage going over to Infinity. You've got one in the Pampered Pups penalty box for Winetown. And that's Baby Crack Ribs. Oscar moving that last line of defense all the way through. Lead jammer is going to be Oscar for Infinity. Trip Hazard coming through on the initial. Baby Crack Ribs rejoining the group.
That pack is moving. Winetown pushing the speed. Wanting to buy time. Who really needs points. Decides to call it. Earns 3. Turning this into a 3-point game. I asked if there's a chance they had the parts that were missing, but they said they searched everything. They don't get a lot of bulk sales on full Arcana yet, unlike Magic.
Ariana Grande up on the line, going to be taking on Flashburn.
We're pushing the front of that pack and muscling through. Does make it. That's going to be the lead jammer for Winetown. Oh, that's how. All right, so Surpass failed. Metallica going to the box. Going to stay with the Spheriana Grande. Flashburn is on a points run right now. Spheriana Grande still looking for the initial for Infinity.
4 points for Flashburn for Winetown. Good thing that Scariana was able to retain that, retain the star. If not, that would have been a power jam. Flashburn coming through with another 4 points for Winetown, extending that lead.
Gets through again, extending Winetown's lead. This is what Winetown needs in order to end this game early.
Ends the jam on that one. Team timeout called by Infinity. So that last jam, there was no initial pass for either team.
Gingrich deficit of points. Long as I'm out to try and undo Flashbridge's run earlier.
All right, that's going to end the team timeout.
We're going to be at 11 minutes and 50 seconds left.
We've got number 77 for Winetown. That's going to be Jilly Bean. Going to be taking on Ragnarok for Infinity. Jilly Bean making a run on that outside. Does she stay in? No. Oscar knocks her out, but she's got to come back and recycle through the back of the pack. But she does have. Does she have lead jammer? Let's take a look.
We don't see the signal.
Nope, no signal. So still lead jammer up for grab. Ragnarok coming through. There it is. Lead jammer.
And this is what Infinity needs. They need to keep this run up adjusted and get a run of points here before Whitetown can. Ragnarok's got some work ahead.
Jilly Bean coming through, having to recycle back behind Oscar. Oscar knocking her down on the inside. Jilly Bean having to recycle coming through. Passes Oscar. Ragnarok.
On the Phantom Skater, I think.
Yeah, so Ragnarok coming through with 4. Ragnarok coming through, trying to stay on the inside. Picks up. Maybe some points, who knows? Let's see. Having to recycle back to the back of the pack.
Infinity needs to continue their runs to survive. Ragnarok does get through for 4. Closing the gap a little bit more. Ragnarok again on the inside lane. 4 more points on the board, closing the gap. This is a 3-point game.
And the jam. Jelly Bean trying to get that star pass over to Baby Crack Rib, but Infinity just running that interference, not allowing that star pass.
Score is 42-39 here in Whitetown.
Into an official review called by Winetown.
This is a 3-point game. Whitetown still slightly ahead. 9 minutes, 32 seconds. Official review might change things. Again, Whitetown is to stay ahead by the half to end this tournament. Infinity wants to be ahead to survive for another round.
So you just tell me it's a fight for survival right now.
It is? Yep. Simple fact is Whitetown being undefeated, they don't have to fight as long. But if they somehow lose the lead, that's what's going to happen, and they're going to fight one more round. Infinity definitely wants that. They don't want this to end. They want that championship now. What a hero story for them if they could pull this off. And it's pretty close. It's only 3 points.
Sorry, I was mesmerized by No Rolo doing that official review signal.
Oh, yeah. Very therapeutic.
Very therapeutic. Very zen-like.
Yeah. Very close. Takes his time.
And
The chain.
if you notice, it's a circle for official for the O.
Oh, look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, look at him. It's just a work of
Graceful.
art. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Just beautiful.
You know what? I have never even seen a ballerina be so graceful as No
It
Rolo.
would be better if he did this on skates. That would just be beautiful.
Oh, you know what? It would just bring a tear to my eye.
Yeah, Bam would marry him all over again.
Heck,
One hit two.
I might marry him. You know, who knows? All right.
And they're still discussing the official review.
Yes, they're still officially reviewing the official review. All right, that ends it.
Sorry, we're tired. We need to say dumb stuff.
Sue Madre up on that line going to be taking on Flashburn. All right, only what, 3 points separate?
Whatever Winetown challenge, it didn't work, so they lose that challenge. Flashburn, who's responsible for the big run earlier, is now back in to try and do it again. Sue Madre there to try and prevent that or even steal it. But that called, but Flashburn was forced out of bounds. And the pack caught up.
But Sue Madre goes down, having to recycle. Flashburn getting knocked on the inside of the track. Now on the outside.
So Madre makes through. That's going to be the initial for Infinity. So she took off the start. Still could help. Needs a full pass to steal the lead.
Flashburn getting called on a penalty. That's going to give a power jam over to Infinity. Flashburn going into the Pampered Pups penalty box.
Infinity all of a sudden in striking distance with this power jam. But Winetown still has a very excellent defense, holding back and buying time.
There we go. Sue Madre picking up 4.
Depending on how this jam ends, the 50 could end up with the lead change.
Nitro running interference over there on Sue Madre.
That's going to be the end of the power jam with Flashburn returning.
Flashburn coming through. That's going to be the initial for Winetown. Flashburn's got to come through and score some points.
Both jammers now on scoring runs. Infinity with 4. That gives Infinity the lead. We're at 45-42 in favor of Infinity. 7 minutes, 15 seconds left.
3 minutes up on that. 3 points separate. Oscar up on that line for Infinity. Going to be taking on Trip Hazard for Winetown.
Oscar forced to reset on the outside lane. Trip Hazard still in the middle of the front of that pack.
Baby Crack Ribs and Spunky Monkey running that interference on Oscar. Oscar finds that hole on the inside. Going into turn 1, going to be your lead jammer for Infinity.
Infinity looking to extend their lead.
Oscar trying multiple times, trying to get through that front wall. Oscar comes on the outside, going to be picking up 4, extending that lead. Star Path, new jammer for Winetown, going to be Baby Crack Ribs.
Oscar still has 2 blockers to go and calls it. He does earn 2 before the end. The score now is 51-42 in favor of Infinity. All of a sudden, a flip.
Ariana Grande up on that line, going to be taking on Flashburn.
Next Jammers Ariana Grande also makes it through. No, it's not.
Both jammers called on a penalty, so we're going to have a quick exchange. Looks like Flashburn's going to get in first, then out, then Scariana Grande out. Still, your lead jammer is going to be Flashburn. No, Scariana gets called back.
I'm going to go to the full jam, 1 minute and 22 seconds on the jam. Because both jammers were naughty, we're going to go to the line.
Flashburn coming through, picking up 4. Blackburn picking up 4 on that one. Getting knocked on the outside, having to recycle.
The end of the power jam.
You have the star path. New jammer going to be Su Madre.
Flashburn, meanwhile, trying to recreate the run that happened a couple jams ago to retake the lead.
Blackburn goes ahead and calls it. About to do what?
Called it.
Yeah, because she was lead jammer.
Put the thing into the Ducks. Or if it isn't supposed to be the
I think she was supposed to go.
Oh, okay.
Trip has it up on the line for Winetown. Going to be taking on Ragnarok for Infinity. Ragnarok getting knocked on the inside, having to go through. Gets knocked on the outside, having to recycle. Trip has it hitting that front wall, trying to get some help from her teammates. Ragnarok getting knocked out by Baby Crack Ribs. Trip Hazard getting knocked on the inside. Baby Crack Ribs gets called for directional. That's going to send him to the Pampered Pup penalty box. Both jammers having to recycle to the back of the pack. Ragnarok coming through. Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity.
Infinity has a chance to extend the lead and survive. Ragnarok totally right through that pack and forced to reset. Ragnarok again on the inside lane. That's 4 points on the board.
Baby Crack Ribs going to be your jammer for Winetown. Ragnarok waits for Baby Crack Ribs to come through. Team timeout. Team timeout called by Infinity.
Infinity calling the timeout at 56-50 in favor of Infinity with 1 minute and 26 seconds left. If they keep the lead, you've got to keep going. If Winetown takes the lead, this is over.
And this can happen at this jam. That's the end of the team timeout.
This is a 6-point game with Infinity in the lead. If they maintain the lead, we go for a second half. If Boytown somehow steals the lead, this game is over.
Washburn up on the line, going to be taking on Ragnarok.
Correct. Option being on the outside lane.
Maybe crack ribs getting called.
Ragnarok gets it.
Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity.
Washburn gets through Oscar. Oscar immediately jumping ahead. Oscar was defensively aggressive. Meanwhile, Ragnarok gets through for another 4. Gets through again. That's around the board for Infinity.
Ragnarok's going to let that clock play out.
Infinity survives to play to the rim.
$64-50. That's going to go ahead and take us to halftime. Wait for the official call by No Rolo. All right, that's it right there. So 64-50, since it is halftime and Infinity is in the lead, we're going to go to a second period. So we're going to take a slight intermission here. Then we're going to come back, put another 30 minutes on the board, and run it for the trophy.
Get that early.
That's a really big bug.
Yeah, because as soon as you get to the limit, you do it again, and then it does it twice. After you get 8 and 6, beats 6 more lands. Then you get another copy of him, and then you get twice as much tokens, and you just keep going. And then if you ramp in green, then you get a third one. Then I mean that's it. That was I couldn't remember the name, so I was trying to look for it. That was right around. Unfortunately, my
One turn scan plus 24. Great. Yeah.
from games right now, it's 64 to 50 in favor of Infinity, and they successfully pushed this game to the second period. Now, truly, the winner of this round will be our 2025 Battle Champs.
This time for real.
This time, for real.
This time for real.
Winetown did get a measure of revenge by winning that first half, avenging their loss to Winetown earlier today. But now is when it counts.
But now,
I think this would be like the tiebreaker, right? Tiebreaker.
we call it the rubber match.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Aren't you happy?
One of my buddies from work just text me pictures and like that motherfucker telling me who's winning. I have my phone open. I'm not even gonna look at it. Like, just send me shit like that every time I tell you I'm gonna watch it later. So I'm not even gonna. I'm just gonna delete his text. Like I'm not gonna see it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
About 30 more minutes. Let's win this shit.
yeah, there you go. Good luck. Get out. We think
Taylor Vance to the principal office. Taylor Vance to the principal.
much. I used to think, which some of them could work. Oh, just to piss off people. Look up Yolner. Yolner.
All right, get ready to come back. All right, you got Blackburn up on the line. Going to be taking on
Green deck.
Ragnarok.
It's fucking. If you use I use it on Wolverine, but if you use it on Captain America, don't toss it, do damage, and you will get it back because that's how his mechanic on purpose. So he'll stun, he'll damage the guy's menace. I think Assassin's Creed came out first. Assassin's Creed came out, I think, before their attack. So that's why it came out first.
Yeah, I think I get one. I have
Pretty sure one is been.
All right, let's put 30 minutes up on the board. You want to go to daybreak?
Again, it's Ragnarok taking on Flashburn.
Ragnarok getting knocked on the inside, having to cycle all the way back behind Baby Crack Ribs. Flashburn coming through, trying to get through that front wall. Ragnarok coming through. Gets a cut track on that one. That's going to go ahead and send Ragnarok over to the Pampered Pups penalty box. Give a power jam. Nope. Did it? No, I guess not.
That's good.
Yeah, that is. I did send it to the Pampered Pups penalty box.
Star pass over on Winetown side.
That's going to be Baby Crack Rib. Oscar tries to take a crack at the Baby Crack Rib, and she stays upright. And it's going to be your jammer for Winetown.
Our jam continues for them. Infinity now pushing the pack forward to buy time.
Ragnarok coming through. Baby Crack Ribs comes through. Baby Crack picking up 4. Ragnarok coming through.
I usually stand behind it. I always sit in the board.
Ragnarok coming through.
Thank you, Doug.
Baby Crack Rib picking up 4. Ragnarok picking up that penalty. That's going to send him to the Pampered Pups penalty box. Power Jam over 2. Baby Crack Ribs. Baby Crack Ribs picking up 4. Baby Crack Ribs gets called for a cut track. All right, that sends them out. So that's going to put Baby Crack Ribs in the penalty box. Now you still have Ragnarok in the penalty box, but when we start to jam, that's going to release Ragnarok.
It's the second time today that I've witnessed a game of a jam start with neither jammer up on the line. Should be fun. It's a 3-point game. Pick Papa Infinity in the head at 64. And it's down at 61.
64-61. Okay, that releases Ragnarok coming back onto the jam. Ragnarok getting knocked on the outside, having to recycle, I believe. Or just trying to reposition, trying a different position on that wall. That's going to end the power jam. Baby Crack Ribs back on the track. Cut track. That's going to go Ragnarok over there. That's going to give a power jam over to Baby Crack Rib. Baby Crack Ribs gets the knocked on the inside, having to recycle back to the back of the pack. Pack is there, mixing it up. Baby Crack Ribs trying to get through. We got Cherry Vicious there getting some help. She gets some help from Nitro. Nitro opens up that window. Here comes Baby Crack Ribs with that lead jammer. Nitro's been very, very good on that defense, opening up holes, holding jammers.
There's that big Kalutsky finish this to take the lead temporarily. That's going to be a power jam. Ragnarok rejoining. Big Carpet seeing that calls it. And I believe that gives Winetown the lead.
All right, that's 4 points for Winetown. No initial for Infinity.
It's a 1-point lead. Nick Potville, 65-64 for Winetown.
All right. Trip Hazard coming on the line, going to be taking on Mocha Muscles. We've seen both jammers before on this one. Both jammers on the Recreate Station jammer line.
It's got to be a stressful game for both teams.
It's a go big, go home type moment. Trip Hazard coming through.
Trip Hazard extending the pack forward. Mocha Muscles still stuck at the very rear of the pack.
Trip Hazard coming through, trying to be your lead jammer for Winetown.
Winetown about to rebuild their lead that they lost in the first half.
Star pass going on. New jammer. I believe that's Sue Madre. Cut track. That's going to be Sue Madre. Going to get called for a cut track. Again, that's the Pampered Pups penalty box.
Oh. Trip Hazard almost tripped over himself. All right, both jammers are back. A little lull in the action. They serve some penalties. Suppose that means no lead jammer. Gonna go to the end. Both jammers stalled. Both teams with good defense, or they're tired. Trip Hazard making it through. That is score on the board for Winetown.
Sue Madre still back on that back of the pack. Mocha Muscles getting sent to that Pampered Pups penalty box. Ends the jam on this one. Trip Hazard picking up 2.
It's like Winetown extends their lead. It's going to be 71-64 for Winetown. Scary and Grande and Blackburn back at it. Blackburn's the wide open lane on the outside. And the easy, well, not easy, kind of lucky, I guess. Lead jammer. Scary and Grande also behind on the initial. Pack is moving. Good.
3 points for Winetown.
2 for Infinity.
Oscar on the line for Infinity. Going to be Flashburn on the line for Winetown at the Recreate Station Jammer line.
They're trying to extend the pack. Flashburn trying to push through as well. Oscar does it first. It's your course to be set, but keeping Infinity in the game. It's like Oscar's going to the penalty box. That's going to give Power Jam over to Flashburn. No lead jammer again. It could be that both teams' defenses are good. Could also be that both jammers are extremely tired.
Flashburn coming through on the initial pass for Winetown.
That's quite a few. Why?
I need a lot of mana.
Oscar's come back on the track. That's going to end the power jam. Flashburn having to recycle to the back of the pack. Gets knocked on the outside. Same for Oscar.
That's the only way to take it. Otherwise, you just have a
Flashburn coming through. Stays up. Picking up 4 for Winetown.
Low cost. They're the cheaper ones. 4-0 costs.
That's going to go ahead and end the jam.
The back part that just came out for Spider-Man.
Oscar picking up 4 on that one. Scary on the Grande up on that line for Infinity. Trip Hazard coming to the line. That's going to be the Recreate Station Jammer line. Actual escape for pivot line is clear.
Scary and Grande on the outside lane. Oh, didn't quite make it. Almost did.
She does get the no pass, no foul. Coming through, Trip Hazard. Trip Hazard for Winetown is going to be your lead jammer. Scary on the Grande completing that initial.
Hazard wants to complete this pass to extend the lead. Both
Trip
jammers
Hazard
at the pack.
coming through. Picks up 4.
Infinity picks up 1. It is now 82-71 in favor of Winetown. Winetown so far has been able to maintain the lead they just built. Infinity's still trying to catch up, but moving at about the same pace. Maybe crack ribs and muscles coming up. Sorry.
You know, I've got a croissant that's trying to kill me.
You what?
I got a little piece of croissant in the back of my throat that's trying to kill me.
Let me get some water.
I got the
Baby Crab Ribs makes it out first. That's going to be Lee Jammers from Winetown. Star Pass over on Infinity side.
That's going to be
He makes it
Metallica.
through.
That's going to be Metallica. That's correct. That is Metallica, your new jammer for Infinity. Baby Crack Ribs coming through, calls it off.
Very aggressively, too.
She's like, bad day, bad day, bad day. Call it off.
Winetown with the smart play going in for the quick fourth and calling it.
Baby Crack Ribs been playing offense and defense. So all day long, doing a really good job. Trip Hazard up on the line for Winetown. Ragnarok on the line for Infinity. Like that. Nitro coming in trying to break up that wall for her teammate Trip Hazard. Baby Crack Ribs trying to help her teammate out too, trying to get Trip Hazard through that pack.
Trip Hazard still in Power Jam, so has yet to pass this pack this round. Last to go through Oscar and now Cherry Vicious. Now trying to get some help.
Oscar and Cherry Vicious running that interference. Finally gets through. That's going to be Trip Hazard, but that does eat up that Power Jam.
Winetown does have the jam now thanks to Trip Hazard. Infinity successfully buying a lot of time. Ragnarok does finally make it out from the box for the initial.
Trip Hazard goes ahead and calls it. Picks up the one. Ragnarok wasn't able to get through the back of the pack before the fourth whistle. Flashburn up on the line, taking on Scariana Grande. That's the Recreate Station jammer line.
Scariana Grande trying to take advantage of that, but put it. Flashburn takes advantage first.
What?
The outside lane.
Yeah, finding that outside lane, you are correct. Going to be your lead jammer for the Winetown Roller.
Scariana Grande makes that as well. That's going to be the addition for Infinity. Flashburn already at the pack third in points. And
Right.
calls it.
Picks up 4 on that one. Closes the back door on Scariana Grande.
We're at 16 minutes and 8 seconds left. It's 91 to 71 in favor of Winetown. 20 points would usually seem like a lot, but that's a
Power Jam.
power jam.
Yeah, we all know that. That's a Power Jam.
Either
The Muscles up on the line, going to be taking on Flashburn. That's the Recreate Station jammer line. Astral Escape player pivot line is clear. Clear, clear, clear. That pack is pretty solid right now going into turn 1. Mocha Muscles comes through. Gets caught on a cut trap.
Oh no. Was that before or after lead jam was called? I think it was
Oh,
before.
it's before. So lead jam still up for grabs. That's going to go over to Flashburn. Flashburn's going to be your lead jammer for Winetown.
Winetown now in perfect position to extend and try and close it if they can. But they still have a lot of game clock to go.
Flashburn comes through unscathed on that one. 4 points, Winetown. 4-point flash burn. That ends the power jam. Local Muscles back on the track.
Okay, Muscle skipping through on the outside lane. That's going to be the initial for Infinity. Flashburn wisely calls it. Going to prevent Infinity from doing any damage. Meanwhile, Flashburn does get 4.
Team timeout called by Infinity.
It's going to be 103 to 71 in favor of Winetown. We're at 12 minutes and 49 seconds left. Again, team timeout for Infinity. Well, last time they had a timeout, things changed. So let's see if that happens again.
I get a little regroup going on. That Pamper Pups penalty box is clear. So when we start back up to the next jam, we're going to have a full pack. All right, and the team timeout coming back on the line. That's going to be Oscar going to be taking on Trip Hazard.
No Chambers stalled. No progress. Oscar up front. Trip Hazard only slightly behind in the pack. That changed, but kind of did. Trip Hazard on the outside lane found that very tiny window and made it through. Winetown now is lead jam.
Oscar having us go behind Spunky Monkey to recycle, hitting that front wall or the back wall.
Oscar uncharacteristically having some trouble this time getting through that pack. Trip Hazard forced to reset. He's scoring a run right now. Forced behind Cherry Vicious. Oscar still up front contending with looks like 3 blockers. Oh, made it through on the inside. That's going to be the initial for Infinity.
Trip Hazard goes ahead and calls it. Trip Hazard picking up 2. Shut the back door on Oscar, holding him to 0. All right, how many Apex jumpers did you get?
She's tired. She's tired before she got here. Had an Apex contempt over there,
Yeah.
and she got hurt.
Oh.
I don't remember seeing any Apexes on my roof.
Flashburn on the line, going to be taking on Ragnarok.
Ragnarok almost had it. Might still.
Ragnarok having to get through Nitro.
Oh, wow. Ragnarok does make it through. That's going to be the lead jammer for Infinity.
Poor Ragnarok looks like she got hit by a Mack truck.
But still got back up. Credit for that.
Seriously, up.
Flashburn finally makes it out of the pack. That's the initial for Winetown. Ragnarok makes it through as well.
Picking up 4. Yep, right there, 4 points. Ragnarok goes ahead and calls it. All right, this just in. We do have the highway patrol is chasing a child psychic. So we do have a small, medium, at large. Is there the Titanic to help bottom the sport? Right, Trip Hazard coming up with Stereo on the Grande. Trip Hazard coming on that inside. Going to be that lead jammer for Winetown.
Hazard subs, one more to go, and score more points on the board for Winetown.
Baby crack ribs gets called for the penalty. That sends the pivot into the Panther Club penalty box. Trip Hazard coming through with 4 for Winetown.
Brianna Grande still at the rear of the pack. I don't remember a star pass happening. No, still pushing through.
No pass called.
Was the star pass?
There was a star pass. You are correct. Metallica is going to be your new jammer, but there goes the jam. Ends it. 0 points for Infinity, 3 for Winetown.
Score is 116 to 75. Winetown's going to keep doing that if they keep getting lead jam, which they've got for majority of this time. Infinity needs to get lead jam to survive.
How much time do we have left on the clock?
Not that much. We have 7 minutes, 51 seconds left.
All right. Flashburn on the line, going to be taking on Oscar. Lead jammer, that's going to be Oscar for Infinity.
Of the doubles. Finally has lead jam. They're in command. If they can hold Flashburn to get some points, they can cover this deficit.
Flashburn gets knocked to the inside, having to recycle.
Washburn is no slouch. If she gets through, that's going to be points on the board for Winetown.
Oscar get knocked on the outside, having to cycle all the way back. Flashburn coming through, one to get through. That's going to be Terrible Twos. She gets through Terrible Twos. Flashburn on the initial. Oscar goes ahead and calls it. Oscar manages 3 points, closing that back door for Winetown.
116 to 78 in favor of Winetown. We're going to look for big runs while Winetown just needs to maintain.
You're looking for big runs. Ragnarok has a couple big runs today. Nitro one more time running that defense. Jilly Bean, part of that back wall also.
Well, Jammer's still trying to solve this puzzle of the blockers. Looks like Infinity does it first, however. That's Ragnarok. Still got 2 blockers to go, trying to extend that pack far enough. Rock finally pushes through. That's 4 points for Infinity.
Trip hazard right up on that front, trying to break through that front wall, but Infinity is just reinforcing that front wall. You got Brick House, you got Territory, you got Terrible Twos. Also, I believe you got Scary on the Grande there too. Yeah, Sue Madre there running that interference. Territory getting called for that penalty. Going to send Territory into the Pamper Pit penalty box.
And Raptors are in 3 before the end of that, closing the gap a little bit more. It's 116 to 89 in favor of Winetown. We still have 4 minutes and change left of game. Blackburn and Scary Grande on the line.
Blackburn trying to go through. There's Oscar running interference. Blackburn having to recycle. Sierra Grande right up on that front wall. Again, that's Nitro Baby Crack Ribs.
Flashburn might have found a window on the outside and does. Deep jammer for Winetown.
We do have a star pass. New jammer is going to be Cherry Vicious for Infinity. That's going to be a penalty over on Flashburn. That's going to give Cherry Vicious the power jam.
Losing lead, that's going to gain them the full jam to try and make some points up. Fergus is forced to reset all the way to the guy. Fergus manages to find their way through the pack. Still got 2 more to go. Trying to get some help.
That's going to end the power jam. Flashburn back on the line. Back on track.
They still have seconds left on the clock for this jam. No lead jammer. Going to go to the end of it.
Flashburn coming through with 4. Ends the jam on that one. We got Oscar running interference over there along with Nitro for Winetown.
120 to 8 with 1.5 minutes left of the game.
Trip Hazard and Mocha Muscles.
Hazard breaks. No, does not break through. Going to the box. Infinity has a chance to take the jet.
Trip Hazard sitting there. That was a cut track for Trip Hazard.
Heck is being yelled at. The lead jam is still open, but Infinity still hasn't taken it yet.
Mocha Muscle still trying to get through that front wall. I think that front wall, you got Baby Crack Ribs. Mocha Muscles tried to go on the inside lane, but there was Baby Crack Ribs right there. That eats away on that power jam. Trip Hazard coming back. Initial pass for Winetown. Mocha Muscles come through. Going to be your lead jammer for Infinity.
Mocha Muscles hold the side. Wins. And done.
Mocha Muscles calls it. Picks up 2. Winetown picks up 2. Team timeout. Team timeout called by Infinity.
Might have been on the last second. We'll see what the officials call. Let's see if it was too late or if it's on the last second of the game.
Okay, so here's how it runs. Infinity's taking their official review as a team timeout, which you can do, and there are 3 seconds left on that clock.
Infinity needs to take lead jam and score a crack set of points. Not that it's impossible, they have done it. But first obstacle is to get through that tough Winetown defense that has proven to be a menace all day today.
It makes you wonder who's going to be the jammer for Infinity.
So Winetown must be discussing how to pretty much build a wall up front and prevent Infinity's jammer to get through whoever they choose. Infinity obviously wants to try and open a window to get that jammer out. That's going to be priority number 1.
Right. So take a look at the wall that they're bringing up.
Yeah.
Winetown's going to be bringing up Nitro.
All their best.
Okay. Infinity chooses Oscar, and Winetown chooses Flashburn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last jam.
Here we go.
Get up on your feet. It's the last jam. Flashburn.
Man calls it.
All right, what's the final score?
All right. That is game. The final score.
122-5.
Infinity and 122 for our 2025 Battle Tournament winners, Winetown Roller Derby. 2285.
122-85. Let's take a look at that track that that Infinity had to come through. They started in the A bracket, the winners bracket. They had to go down to the B bracket, but then they again worked their way through, came back up to the winners bracket, had to play 2 games back to back, if not 3. That's crazy.
And not
Kudos to Infinity.
Yeah. Infinity pushing this game to the second period. They did not quit. Winetown almost didn't have it until the very end when they finally did. But Infinity putting up a fight, making them play another period. Props to them for keeping the fight going. Big congratulations to Infinity Roller Derby on a successful effort. And they get second place in this tournament. And that is something to be proud of.
This is their highest finish since they've been with us. So again, kudos to them.
And finally, a big congrats to our tournament winners, Winetown Roller Derby.
Winetown
trophy.
Doing an excellent job all day long. Their defenses were just, you had Baby Crack Ribs sitting there. You had Nitro. You had a lot of other players out there. You had Chili Bean, everybody out there. So kudos over to Winetown.
Has Winetown ever won before I started this? This is their first win.
So this is Winetown's first win at the post-COVID battle. Yeah, when we got the cool shirts.
Well, it's not our equipment, so we're just gonna leave it. Well, actually, no, it's all breakdown there.
Okay, you need to take this. I'm still keeping the speakers on, just
Yeah.
for me. That
Oh.
goes to that stuff. Yeah. All right, give it up to Infinity Roller Derby. They are your second place winners on this one.
Well earned. Again, fighting for an extra period to keep it going. Literally infinite energy.
Let me see if Viv wants the mic and say they just check over.
Oh.
Right behind it.
Wait. Oh. You good?
All right, let's give it up for your 2025 battle champion, Winetown Roller Derby. Winetown Rollers. Their name is going to go on the Cerberus Trophy. And they now become the defending champions.
Hey. Nice to have a target on your back for a whole year.
Of course. Good job over there. Yeah.
It's like the Stanley Cup. You can carry it and skate around. Yeah. Just don't drop it.
All right, let's give it up. And again, give a shout out to both teams for giving us an excellent bout. There we go.